really exist in 1E because there are far fewer options for character classes.
Yeah, but is there more like fluidity between them? In the sense that, like, if you wanted to make, like, say, a martial character that also casts spells, is that
you can multi-class. You can multi-class fighter magic user, cleric, fighter cleric. You can triple class. But yeah, I would say there's less whiz bangs for each class as you go up in levels. It's just like you're a fighter, and your sword and board. And of course, as you go up in level, you get better at your attack matrices get better, just like they do. Your hit matrices get better. And at some certain things, for this fighter subclasses, of course, there's a ranger, there's a cavalier, there's a paladin. They get some things as they increase in level. Spells, for example, lots of characters attract hirelings and followers when they get to certain levels. 6th, 7th, or so, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it really is. It's really less.
Yeah.
It's really less. Yeah, character. All the kind of whiz bang stuff for character classes than 5e is. I don't know. Who's looking at my dog?
I hope it's not Liam.
Yeah. But so, what we could do is we could start off by deciding. There's, in first edition, there's various ways to roll up your class, your attributes, strength, intelligence, wisdom, etc. There's a variety of efficient ways to do that, and I can describe them to you. And if there are I think in 5e2, there are minimum ability requirements for classes, right? So if you want to be a thief, you gotta have a dexterity attack.
Yeah.
And so there's a series of ways to roll ability scores, but if you want to, sometimes you roll your ability scores, and then you have to look at your ability scores and say, okay, what can I be? But another way we can do it is I want to be this, and then there's a system. If you want to be a thief, then there's a certain set of die rolls per ability you roll, and if you don't get the minimum for the thief dexterity or whatever, you get it anyway.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, I don't know, I guess the first thing to do is what you guys want to be. If you're a bard, maybe I'll play an NPC I've got rolled up already.
Is there just like a quick overview of what classes there? Because I really haven't used this.
Same thing. It's so fighter, cleric, druid, magic user, paladin, ranger, thief, which is the rogue.
Magic user is wizard.
Yeah. And there's magic users. There's kind of two types: magic users and illusionists. Illusionists are a different class in this game.
Cavalier, like as in like a knight, like sort of on a horse and
yes,
yeah.
Cavalier,
I want to be that.
There's cavalier class as well, and the cavalier class is a fighter subtype. Cavalier you will not find in the player's handbook, but it's a later edition subclass. It might be in the 2E. But
is it cavalier thing? But
yeah. You have to really lean into it. I was looking at it recently because we got into a scenario in one of the games I played, and I was like gonna die and didn't in the end. But so I was looking at the idea of being a halfling that rides a boar as his mount.
Yeah,
and I had to divest everything into that. But then I was like, I was Cavalier because we're at level 10 in this game, so I was Cavalier I think 3 and Paladin 7. But everything that I built had to go towards being the Cavalier to make it even slightly usable.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I played a Cavalier. It's my first character. My very first one. Where I was just like, nothing about the class, and I was just like, this sounds cool. Not one of those stuff. Like, what's more, aside from the wizard, what's more fantasy than
Yeah.
But then I found that like all of our encounters and everything was
That's
if you're you're the fighter, because you got to carry the lance around.
Is that why you did the halfling thing to get around the kind of like size?
That was the goal, but I was talking to the GM and I was like, we're going to have to homebrew some sort of item into this with like a saddle that makes the animals
So funny.
because not so I'm riding a smaller animal, but so it can be with me when I'm in a cave.
Yeah,
because leaving outside seems
there is
unrealistic.
Yeah, There
There's-
is one heavily featured called Implacable Mark, which works really
In
well.
what game?
In
What-
5e. So,
Okay, yeah.
Um,
In first edition, the Cavalier. So a lot of times in first edition, a lot of the new rules were added over time through primary con. It was Dragon Magazine, and they were official rules if they were penned by Gary Gygax or one.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at the Cavalier subclass is in a Dragon Magazine, which I don't think I have that issue.
Is there like a? Because as you said, they added new rules over like time, right?
Yeah.
Without doing like a new edition.
Yes, second edition was the new edition where they changed some things and added new rules. But yeah.
But is there a point with 1E where it's like, okay, like up into this publication or whatever, like those are the rules, or do people?
No, people. So I mean, the official hardback books are right there, Player's Handbook and DMG. But there's also like Unarmed Arcana, a 1E Unarmed Arcana,
Yeah.
and a lot of stuff that's in Unarmed Arcana actually appeared as rules in Dragon Magazine over the years
Right.
in the 80s, and then they put it all together in this book.
But it's just like a.
Cavalier's Cuts.
Did they change it to? Did it start as Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, or did it become advanced when they added stuff to it?
It really started at AD&D right off the bat. There was in the early 70s there was the white box, which is people call it OD&D original, and then there was Basic Edition.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Is this handwriting from when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Notes?
Yes.
Cool.
And there was
My great swan.
no, what that is, those are we played
You're having a drink. I was just getting Peter.
we played Composer King when I was a kid.
Well played.
I was a player. These are my notes about Composer King. Yeah.
How old were you?
I still love that you got your mom name.
Yeah. That's my mom's. That's my thing. Really
That's imprinted.
exactly. And hey Sam, the Cavalier subclass is in Arcana.
Oh, nah. I'll be faster. I want to play Cult. That's the.
Yeah, there's the Cavalier sub. The Cavalier class. I don't know exactly what
You
it
get
is.
yourself into a scenario that kills them eventually.
Yes.
Used, done.
I mean, I haven't really used them after the 80s.
Yeah.
If you tie it to Ethan's control of. I'm sure that it makes sense.
I'm not, super flippant about these kind of things. Okay, so if you're going to be a bard, we can roll up ability scores whenever you want to do that.
Yep.
Now let me look at the bard method for you.
But do you want to be?
I was thinking of
Does it sound fun? Or is it?
No, I don't know.
This one-
like maybe
A magic user? Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Let me see.
He has these. I don't know if you have to be an illusionist, but they all seem the same. They but all say magic user illusionist.
It mentions named bards such as Will Scarlet, the Robin Hood
What is it?
guy, and even Homer.
Oh.
Homer Simpson.
Yes.
Obviously, they're talking about.
It's Homer's like quite a cool name. It's just been like,
Yeah.
but
You can't, yeah.
Yeah.
it's like as dead as the name Adolf. I'm talking about the Homers in Greece, but
Another thing to consider is that
They
in
get old every time they do anything.
I call this game we're playing. We play 1E, 2E only because I'm going to use some rules from second edition. Off the top of my head, there's some character classes from second edition, like the Cavalier. Well, no, that's not the canon, but so for example, the pummeling the non-weapon attacking system in 1E, they call it pummeling, grappling, or overbearing. Those are things you can do. You can punch someone, grapple them, or just like mob them. The rules for that are so complicated. They are insane. So remember as well, Gary Gygax, he built this game up in the early 70s. He was first a war games player, like a Napoleonic war games player. So everything was just crunch beyond. Everything was math, and everything was incredibly complicated. If you're going to flank your squad's going to go over here, you got to roll these dice and do flip these tables. And that comes through in some of this first edition game. And so the second edition, pummeling, grappling, overbearing rules are much easier. So for example, I would just use that. In the first edition, you get to if you say I want to punch this guy, you get to kind of roll a die in secret and determine whether or not you're going to put that versus you can use that to modify your attack or your defense. And the other guy gets to do that too, because you don't know what someone's doing as you're coming up to them, right?
Yeah.
And so it tries to recreate that kind of. I don't know how this guy's going to react to me.
As if like you're lifting up your shield more to create yourself.
Yeah, but it's super complicated. God damn it.
Yeah.
Luckily, I'll only be rolling pummeling, grappling, or overbearing in the future. But
Anyway, so that's so.
again,
Some things will nice. Some things we'll use second edition for. Other things to consider is that in this game, multi-class characters, humans can't be multi-class. Multi-class characters have to be demi-human. I think that's what it is. So half elf, elf, whatever. Also, non-human races have level restrictions. That is because non-human races have special abilities that humans don't have. And the way they balance that is by making it you can only go up to 8th level as a fighter, or whatever it is. And tough shit, that's all you can go. I can look at the table where that is. It's in the first edition PSP, but
does the abilities they get like balance that, or is it just like a they can see a little bit better in dim light, so you can't be level 9?
Yeah, it depends on how you. Depends on what you think. I mean, I don't know if it's. I can objectively say that it's. No.
So humans can dual class, but not multi.
I think they can dual class, yeah.
Because I'm only backing that off of I'm looking at the thief's followers table, and it says human dual class thief. Something.
Okay, I'm looking at it. So this is your cheat sheet for where to find various things.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find
Okay.
the ruling things.
Is this a PHP as well?
This is the
No.
TUI
Oh, okay.
handbook.
Here it is. Okay.
This is the handbook, I think.
Countdown, Code, Fire. Okay.
I assume we'll be going through this, but
Yeah.
So think about what race you want to be. No, they're all standard. I mean, races, right? Elves, half elves, gnomes, dwarves. What else is there? I think that's about all, right? Oh, you can also be half orc in this game, and also half ogre. But I wouldn't recommend it because that's just.
Does that make you like super fucked up?
Well, half ogre walks in a bar. Everyone's gonna like who the
Yeah.
It's just not gonna work well for you.
Also, ogres in these more OG editions like super messed up. Like they're inbreeding and real like easy stuff. That's
I don't know, but I would say they're more human-like than the ogre in 5e, which is not.
okay.
In other words, they're big, ugly, brute, half-breed brutes, and I guess that is what I'm saying there. But
Okay, so I know one of the podcasts I listened to is a Pathfinder one, but one of the guys in it that plays is in his 50s, and he's talking about playing these playing D&D as a kid, and so playing all of these editions of stuff, and he was saying he did an adventure where they got deep into like ogre stuff, but it was really weird and creepy, and it stuck with him for a while. Yeah, he was just like, yeah, they're pretty, because he's only a player in this game, but when they were mentioning something about ogres and they were like mating and a thing, and the people were just like, let's not even go into that area of the camp. Let's just let them do what they do. We'll
there
live cleanly.
Here in this book, it will tell you about the level limits. These are level limits. Possible limitations. Yes. So, elven druid, there is no limit. A dwarven druid, no limit. A dwarven cleric, 8th level is your limit. A half elven, druid, unlimited. I think. Oh, I'm missing.
You say no?
This isn't. Oh, you can't be.
You can't. I'm pretty sure what I was reading.
Yeah,
it means
you can't.
certain races can't be certain.
yeah, that's on the
Okay,
previous
yeah. The humans can do anything and go to any level.
Yeah.
Other races have. I wouldn't worry.
What does it say when it's like 8 and then it's like to the power of 7 or whatever?
Isn't that thing down here? Oh, it's called.
Ah,
I could be 56,000th level.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so think about, I guess, race and class. And here's kind of where I just for ease suggest we're gonna start. And so a map of Greyhawk, right? So what that is
For 1 second, I just want to check something.
the Sheldamar Valley, where your other campaign is over here across the other side of the Lortmill Mountains. So we're just on the other side of the Sheldamar Valley, which is you guys over here in the mountains. And this is what's called the Woolly Bay and the city of Greyhawk up there. Here's a blow-up map, and I'm figuring you guys are around the town of Safeton. And I'll just to give us a starting point. I might have a bad map.
It doesn't say anything about bards, so let's see if it's
See it in the map as well. What do you think, Christian? What are you leaning towards?
I was thinking of being. I've never been a druid before.
Okay.
A cleric, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and an elf, like full elf.
Full of elven druid.
Druid, yeah.
That's it. They're druids are fun. They've always
I've never
been.
been one.
I've never been one, obviously, in these earlier games, but
Yeah.
they're probably my favourite class.
yeah.
Like just
So-
because they're
I like that
they
illustration.
are in the
Yeah.
picture.
It's full on like basically it's nice to look through that.
Yeah, they're really
Yeah.
fun.
So if you want to be an elven druid, that's cool, and we can think about dice rolling. There's different ways to roll dice for abilities. And actually, I used ChatGPT to help me. I created some R scripts to automatically roll the dice for you. Only because, so for example, there's the hardest core way to do it is just roll 3 to 6 down the line, which no one does that because it sucks. Another way to do 46, drop 1, that kind of sucks too. I mean, these are the official die rolling methods. This is one that I said if you want to be like I'm gonna be a cleric, so you can use the cleric or druid. You said right, the druid die rolling method, which is means for strength you roll 76 and take the method 5. So I think it was great here, but all human player characters. Only humans. The player selection class is approved. He or she rolls 3 numbers 6-sided dice. Okay, but that's for humans. Then there's some of the other methods. One is on the DMG here. There. So something like, so method 4, right? You roll 3 to 6 down the line, but you do that for 12 whole characters. And you take the best character.
Okay.
Now what I did is, so I wrote these scripts for this.
Yeah.
And I just had it, I just hit the button and it goes bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
And something like that system, if I remember correctly, you're really likely to get any character of those 12 characters, a couple will have kind of like 12 to 15 will be the majority of stuff. Occasionally you'll get one with an 18 or a 17, but not as often.
Yeah.
And then you'll get one with an 18 and a 4 or something. I can run them really fast.
That was what I did for Timrit's character sheet, and that's why he had a 7 intelligence, 9 in wisdom.
Yeah.
But he had like a 16 in con and like a 16 or a 17 in strength, and then I built his charisma over the levels, but he was...
This one, you take for each ability, you roll 3 to 6, but you do that 6 times.
Okay.
And so you like my strength.
Yeah.
You roll your strength score 3 to 6 times, and the best one of those 6 times of rolling is your strength. Let me just kind of quickly run these. Not going to show you.
Yeah, I know as well.
Have you decided on a class?
Yeah,
Magic User, Druid, and Bard. You guys are going to be slaying instantly. It's like
I'm not worried about it.
we might just go home now. But anyway, let me. So for Magic User,
Back up as a paladin.
and for Magic User's first edition, as you go up in levels, you don't just get spells.
Yeah.
The only way you start as a first level magic user, you'll start with 5 spells, and they come from a table. And those are kind of spells your master gifted you, right? And we can choose from spell guide. The way you get spells in first edition is you find spell books, and you find scrolls, and you inscribe them in your spell book. So spell books are just absolute gold for magic users, right? In this game. So just be aware of that.
Yeah.
And also, I say at first level we just start with max hit points because you don't want hit points for a magic user are a D4.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I have 1 hit point.
It's good. It's good. I'm choosing without bias.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's fine. It is like you trip on a rock. How much do you get?
It's fine.
When
It was a short but good life.
Exactly.
you beat Alex and you try and do a single step
Yeah.
and then die.
Okay.
Luckily, she'll play a melee-based character that'll run it and die, and we'll be back on the path to normality soon.
She misses being like, oh, yeah, I'll go work.
All right.
Yeah, she's doing more.
She working?
Theology big. She didn't say it's just she's been called out to site. Yeah.
The site is her boyfriend's house. They called me in, they desperately need me.
Here.
And they did bring food?
Fisher, do you want to come see me really dive? Just so for this, yes. Okay, here is method 1, 46, drop it lower. Just roll this. Oh, that's so cool. Oh,
Yeah. Still just make characters in my space. Just looking at her, like waiting at the top. Just like do a character in the background. They usually just roll stats, do them like on the end and throw it in. Well, whatever he is, I've already decided the character.
It's
If it's a wizard, that he didn't roll below 14 and he is that. And I was just like,
well,
it's like strong, handsome. You're a snake. It
Lots
was,
of degenerate.
and literally God handed it. Like, it was bonkers, and he was just like,
method 2 is all scores are recorded and arranged in method 1. Oh, this is the 4 time. And so, okay. So 3 to 6.
Yeah, so I made
Well, right. Take your best one.
as a backup.
So that produces.
He was just good at everything. His stats were insane because you get all the like wizard class things you can put
Yeah.
points into. And then he spoke.
Method 3.
I had so many stat points. I just put the language lunar feat, whatever it's called, like whatever it is. And so he speaks I think 9 languages, and he's
Right.
like his passive investigations like 23, and he's just like this sheer monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You roll your score for strength.
And put you these. I'm going to bring him up to speed before I bring it to the game.
This one you get
Yeah. Like I think his highest was even 80, so it wasn't like perfect, but with stats from health, he had a 19 intelligence, and I gave him a 16.
Yeah, you roll 3 to 6.
Because it's like it was
Readability.
this shiny golden immortal one.
Yeah. The Emperor.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I
So the last one is
carry a great sword with him, and not the armor, they look like a barbarian.
order.
But then go into combat and create great, just like stuff.
About 12.
Yeah. We bring it's a 1v1 fight. You're the power versus mine. Lightning. But he was because it's like an he was a Vidalkin, the Magic the Gathering
That's-
special release.
This
So like bright blue skin, slightly amphibious. So he can hold his breath up. So he can hold his breath.
Yeah.
It's just like
They're
the idea is that they're super.
You ready to go?
Skill like really guys that make it.
You want me to do it for you?
The vials.
All right, here we go.
Nothing, guys.
Forget this rolling the rolls. Look at you. 13, 13, 18, 13, 12, 12. 18's in
The
con.
hero of me.
Yeah, so
Okay.
let's see what your minimum is for druid.
We're going to have a way with it. And like a nothing higher than an 11. And then as low as like a 6. And you're just like, it's not good at anything. And you're like, what am I going to be? What's going to work for this? Guess I'll be like a.
No, you can be a druid.
Oh, cool. Okay.
It's the minimum.
It's the
to be a
minimum.
druid.
It's not.
I was reading a thing before that said elves to be fighters, to level past level 5, you have to have a 17 strength. And then if you're above 17, you can level to 6. And that's it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, why would you do that?
And so if you fail it, if you did fail, you wouldn't be allowed that. You'd have to pick something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that?
You though, you're an elf,
Yeah.
right? So there are racial adjustments for those scores.
Okay.
I think.
Not 5 off of all of them.
Yeah, no, it's not that bad.
I think you'll probably have an increase to your intelligence score, maybe a decrease to your strength,
Strength, yeah.
Maybe even.
maybe wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay, elf. A +1 to Dex and a -1 to Con. So I'm gonna tell you those rolls.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, yeah.
They are a strength of 13,
Okay.
a Dex of 13, but for you, you have to have 14, right?
14, yeah.
A Con of 18,
Yeah.
intelligence of 13, wisdom 12, charisma 12.
Okay. Cool.
No, you have -1 from that con because you're an elf, so 17 is
17.
your con. There's another ability on there called CM, which is
yeah.
comeliness, actual physical beauty, and
100%.
that's a second edition ability that was added in second edition. I don't typically play the comeliness. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just kind of weird because, like, you
Yeah.
know, perceptions of physical.
Statistically, yeah.
It's so variable. It's kind of like, and I can see how it'd be fun to use because, of course, we all know there's people who are, in some contemporary sense, gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
But complete pieces of
Like,
shit. You know, and so
People fight.
that'd be super low charisma, super high comeliness. But also people who are like, oh my god, what happened to you? But they're with us either. High charisma.
The halfling cleric that I play in that game, his charisma's an 8, but everybody really likes him because he's very personable to the party.
Yeah.
But he has no ability to communicate with people. Like I go out of my way to make it the most awkward I could possibly make it without being rude
Yeah.
and like trying to be polite, but just like, oh, I don't think I could possibly do that. I couldn't take that on. You're a very strong man. I'm so very small. And like that's how every interaction goes down, and it's a lot of fun because I'm.
Well, I thought I'd be an elf because I sent Ethan this video. I love these guys. They're so funny on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
Like, I just thought,
The teacher was like 700 years old and take us on field trips to sit on the banks of a babbling brook and watch the fall of sunlight through the leaves. My friends in Spanish class were like conjugating verbs and shit. Meanwhile, I was in an old growth forest being overcome with awe at the sight of the majestic stag. Like, yeah, Mr. Autopart, when are we going to learn like any grammar? See, like, fuck, dude, your pedagogy leaves much to be desired.
So your abilities and your
yeah,
The
druidy.
Druidy.
card wasn't in the book that I saw 'cause with all of those other stats you were looking at. So how is it? Will I just do roll? Can I do roll 4, drop lowest?
You can. Yeah. I know it was. I don't know what the minimums are for Bard.
Oh, they're here. I got them.
Oh.
It did happen. Dex 12 and 13, charisma 15. That's
You can do that then, or if you want, I can this one, Trish, I just, I had this computer program that does the roll for you. So what you can see there.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can do it. I use a dice. I got a dice that logs it all for me.
We do mine, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, I want to say method 3 is the best. Method 3 being you roll 3 to 6 for each ability 6 times in order and take it. So you roll 3 to 6 times. You get a range of, and that's your strength score. The top one is your strength score. You can't move it around. The other one, method 4, is you roll 3 to 6 in order for like 12 separate characters. Pick a character you want. So I can. What are you gonna be a magic user?
Mm-hmm.
Mendrick, the whatever.
Well, yeah. Schmandel.
Yeah, okay, so you want to
Mandel, the gay.
That's the gay.
That's good. It's like what rhymes with grey?
Yeah.
So in terms of method 3 is you roll 3 to 6. 6 times
Grey, but
ability.
it felt of the American. Yeah. Yeah, Leo, it's Schmandel the Grey, but it's Gray, the American way. It's legally distinct.
You're going to get, as I said, 12 to 15s for everything. So that's a good route to go if you just want to get the occasional higher levels. This one here, method 4, it produces 12 characters in a row. So that's just 3 to 6 down the line, 12 different characters. And so you're going to get some. So you can kind of you can look at all these characters. Okay, which one do I want? I mean, this one's pretty good. But you got 9. I don't know. So I'll just do it again. Here's another one. This is another one. See, in this one, you're going to get maybe some high rolls, and then you have to pair that with whatever else comes.
Yeah.
That's the character.
Where would your elves be from? Like Lake of Fire? You choose, or would you have to?
When I for Mitsu,
Yeah.
I chose the dim forest, which is close to where we are. I just picked a forest that seemed.
Yeah.
That was.
Okay.
I wanted it to be isolated, and the dim forest is incredibly isolated.
City elf. Who knows?
It's a good sort of college where
Could you be in
you're strong, but it's like I don't wish I could be super high strength but super low con. Like you're just
Yeah.
I don't know. Like you imagine a weightlifter who's totally uses steroids and therefore his immune system is totally destroyed. His slightest sneeze kills him. I don't know.
Was there really done?
The only thing I regret is that I have bonitis.
They did. I mean, yeah. Literally, my desktop in there. I was Friday. I sat home from work. I worked at home, and I was like, oh, I'll do a print like that as I'm working. So I turned my computer on, and I'm in there and doing something, and literally, I can see through the air vents. I saw flames. Literally flames. I was like, no.
Okay. Oh, it is something.
And I pulled all the cords out of the back of it, just ripped everything out. And yeah, the electrical smoke in the room, all kind of shit.
Probably the house.
It looked like the flame was I would think so. It looked like the flame was occurring next to the powered USB ports because it was right there.
Right.
The powered USB ports are, and the power supply was back here. Plug in. Anyway, so then I head the house out. I plugged just the power supply back into it, and it immediately started smoking
Oh my
in the same spot. And I was like, "Fuck!" So I pulled it out. And
Oh shoot!
So
I think the Evictors probably could just pull it apart.
yeah,
Take what bits and parts.
probably he said Dalton Tom was like maybe it was just dust that caught fire.
Can be. Yeah.
So I'll blow it out and do that, but
Yeah.
it's not an excuse to get in the computer.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I backed everything up today, so automatic backup stuff is fine.
Yeah.
But it's kind of alarming.
on like that whatever like USB baseball.
Okay.
So, um, eh,
Series of unfortunate events with nearly burning the house.
I know. Actually, I do love that guy. I do love Tom.
Yeah.
I was taking this car to. No, I think he's online. I was taking this car to Burners to sell it for him this last weekend. I mean, they didn't offer him a good enough price, so I didn't. But I said, if the car catches fire on the way there, it's not my fault. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna go for this? So, what is your race? Okay, so
Boring old team.
Video? No.
I mean, made in the image of God.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you want to play? Anything else?
Oh. Yeah, well, I can read it out to you. Yeah.
I'm looking for my order in the same way that I ordered. No.
Is this still got the table?
Which one is that? What are we looking for?
Oh, to see the race
Adjustments
adjustments.
for the early scores.
Yeah, because I marked down my real ones, but I didn't.
1 EP.
9 to 13. Does it
Yeah, I
say?
think. Well, I think that's what else. Well, it's just.
That's
Oh, actually, no, it's a. No, it's that.
oh, it's this one.
No, it's the one. It's the player's handbook, not the canon.
Oh.
No, it's right.
Oh.
It's actually super simple. It's just that thing right there.
Right. Okay. It doesn't. I want to be a halfling. So I will just do that, and then I'll go to the abilities and stuff, or I'll figure that out afterwards. I guess I'll put my stat scores adjusted first.
So there's no rifle bonuses if you're a human.
No.
Alright, yeah, cool.
In terms of your spells, I don't.
So there is still how many spells you would know, but rather the way in which you gain them is.
Yeah. So the spells, so like, your spell slots. Actually, you have 17 intelligence. That's really good because at first level magic you just get one spell slot. That's with high intelligence. Yes, magic users. Here's your spell table, right? It's able to get one first level spell.
Yeah.
However, with your intelligence, there's an intelligence modifier that it's 17. No, it's not. That's languages.
Spells used in war.
No, where was it? It's experience point table. Only find it. Table for
Little title, Prestidigitator.
And Elf the prestigious.
The Prestidigits.
Prestigious. Please, that was my father.
Okay, let's look at this.
Oh, for magic users? Abilities for number of spells.
Hold on. I was thinking about clerics actually. But no, it's magic users as well. So this is a confusing thing. Oh, fuck. Oh, anyway, there's also in the DMG. Are you okay? Do you need? Are you?
I'm okay. I'm just having a look at it.
Okay.
Have a look in the book.
DMG. Let me look at it on the phone. Your spells you can have it start. I think. Here they are. So it's like you get read magic.
Mm-hmm.
That's one spell you have. You have to have it do fucking magic, and then you kind of get. We'll say you get 5 spells to start. Read magic plus 4 others, 1 from each list, and then 1 more from either defensive or miss. So you read magic, 1 from this list, 1, and the next one from others.
Okay.
Go nuts.
Wait.
Oh, thank you.
Let me look this up. I swear to God, there's you have greater stop signs.
Got it, right?
Yeah. It's the one, I'm sure.
The OG. Shield.
Right. Hot character creations action.
Yeah.
Vengeance. Yeah, let me try to look this up.
Cool.
That's for climbing, not.
Yeah, it actually is not. The clerics get additional spell slots based on their high wisdom. Not magic users. However, this homebrew is saying that some people do the same thing for magic users based on a high intelligence. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So should I just roll with 5 for now and then?
Yeah, I mean that's
Roll first.
that's the spells you have
Yeah.
in your spell book, not
Oh,
the
right.
spell slots you have.
Yeah, sure.
So go ahead and choose those spells, then we'll figure out spell slots.
Alright.
There's a people were talking about how to survive as a first level wizard or magic user in first edition. D&D. And some people were saying like, hire a sword, hire a cell sword to protect you. This guy's saying, do not fight in all capital letters.
Frontline.
He says, Highlands and scrolls. Highlands to keep you alive. Scrolls to keep you relevant. Even after you blew your one magic missile spell in the first room of the dungeon. They said,
So no cantrips.
no.
But you just run out of spells.
I'm gonna so keep going. I'm gonna next to yourself and then. Okay.
Yeah, they're really nice. You should. Yeah, feel free, Leo.
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah, sorry, food is a bit of a low thing.
That was good.
Burning hands you have to touch someone, right?
Yeah.
What about shocking grass? Same thing?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't do.
I mean, it's touch and 5e, but
I'll do it here.
maybe with a range if they're wearing metal armor.
Burn hands. Air effect special. Yeah. As a I don't know. Jets of searing flame shoot from his fingertips.
Oh, cool. Shocking
Burn
grass.
hands sends out flames jets in a 30-foot length. So 30 feet away. In a horizontal arc. So you know, the way they talk about movement here and distances, when it says 3 feet, 3 little apostrophe, and that actually means 30, not just 3.
Gotta say the name.
That is because that harkens back to the tabletop military game systems where you work in inches. On a table, 3 inches would be 30 feet.
Yeah.
So that's what that is.
It was saying in there that like a druid is proficient in 2 weapons, but I don't think I'd really, like as an elf druid, have weapons if I'm not really a fighter. Like,
Oh, yeah, but-
can you
Yeah. I mean,
I guess maybe a bow as an elf. Yeah.
well, but look at the druid class
Druid class, yeah.
because there's weapon restrictions.
Yeah. It's on page 36.
Things with metal.
The burning hands is range 0.
That would be touch, right?
Yeah.
But then for shock and grasp, it says range touch.
Oh.
Okay, I'm just gonna take jump so I can do it.
Burning hands. Yeah.
Okay. All weapons for a druid. Leather armor, shield wooden. Your weapons are club, dagger, dart, hammer, scimitar, sling, spear, staff.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
If you're buying stuff, you need to roll money.
Yeah.
How do we roll money?
Money.
2d100.
Because you need money to buy.
Mm-hmm. Money. Move on. Again, of course, I don't feel really.
Let's see, under race also class with.
Ready money. Okay. Cleric fighter makes a thief monk. So for you, cleric 3 to 6
Okay.
times 10 between 30 and 180. And 4d6.
Let's and
Those are your ducks.
Yes.
Like,
Oh no! You take these.
oh, you
I
can.
mean, you could try. Yeah.
Don't tell me how to live my
Yeah. How dare you?
let's try this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, clerics. This is clerics for wisdom. So, clerics are the same kind of table as magic is in terms of spell and cap. Like you want it first level, right? Whatever it is. However, if they have a higher wisdom, they can. A cleric with 17 wisdom can actually cast spell slot. He has 1/3 level, 2 second levels, and 2 first levels, in addition to his single first level spell slot.
Okay, right.
That's for clerics. So let's just say anything for magic users here and see how that works. Well,
So it would be 3 first, 2 second, and 1 third.
yes.
Yeah, cool.
I mean, you can only cast first level spells at this point.
Yeah.
And so you actually just have 3. Yeah. So that's your spell slots for it.
Cool. Awesome. Easy peasy.
lemons.
But even so funny, my dad was ordering takeaways, and they usually go to the Olive, the one down in Newland. They know about the Olive in there, but he accidentally just like Googled Olive Kitchen.
Oh, you go out to wherever you want to.
He didn't go out there, he called.
Oh
He was
yeah.
like, can I please order the like Indo-Chinese? And I was
Talk to
like,
Lily?
he talked to Lily, and she was like, just a moment. You hear, do we even serve there? And I was like, voice sounds familiar. And I was like,
She worked at the Olive restaurant.
and then she was like, I'm no sorry. I don't think he was. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's my bad. And I was like, just cracking up. I was like, what? You just taught Lily a new thing about.
Yeah, she works out there typically 1 day a week. She's on the call, and so she worked that day from like 12 to 9. And they had like a first birthday party with like expected like 30 adult and 20 kids. I was like, oh Lily, that's a
That is. Those first birthdays are so funny. It's so cute because it's like just for the parents, really.
And yeah, she said, she like texted at 8:30 night. She's like, I'm sitting down for the first time, for 8 hours of being there.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Welcome to the world of the service industry. This is,
Yeah, no.
maybe what you don't want to do the rest of your life. Maybe working as a waiter.
It's built in character.
Taylor, she likes having money. I mean,
Yeah, correct.
she's not a big spender by any means and stuff. She's never really required lots of money. But now she just kind of we take half her paycheck, put it in the savings account, the other half. So now she's kind of always got, she works like an average about 10 hours a week. Got $150 a week or so just to kind of like
It's pretty good.
pretty much fucking buy Maccas. She does. and thrift store shirts and whatnot. Gee, that's a lot of money.
When I was working in high school, I worked 17 hours a week, and I made $97 a week.
Yeah.
And it was that was after I had a pay rise after working there for a couple of years. The Caltex on Rosebank Road that's no longer open. I worked there for.
I think like 23 and change an hour. Makes more than minimum wage. I know because their boyfriend Seb makes minimum at Ross like 21 and change, and she makes 23 and change.
I made my way up to $7.50.
I remember my sister worked in Briscoe's back in the day. She was 15, so they paid her like a youth wage, which was like $5.20. And I remember, like, she hated it. It was shit pay even for them.
Yeah.
And, but I remember I was like, probably 11 or whatever. You get
$30.
That's like a month worth of lollies.
My first job was a paper route in year 5 or 6. That was what it was, and I got $50 a month. In 1980, that's huge.
Yeah.
Then you think about, I'm kind of working an hour and a half every day. Every morning I get up and crack it on. I go to the place, I'll pick the papers up, my bicycle paper out, blah, blah, blah. So for like, for like 35, maybe up close to 40 hours a month, I'm getting $50. So I'm making like $1.10 an hour. Even 1980, that could have been legal. I mean,
And
that's what I learned at the 80 yeah.
of course,
I only lasted a year to take route. A year. Do you remember like?
I think something parents are like, oh, taking the values of money, kind of.
I think like on like Christmas or New Year's Day when I had missed the deliveries and I got calls and I had to go back out like on Christmas morning. I think I probably literally broke down crying. And my dad like took me in the car to go deliver these last papers and stuff like that. And that was the death knell for my paper route right there. Over. How are you doing? You guys are doing all right?
I got my spells.
Getting your money sorted, getting your equipment sorted.
Yeah, so for money,
It'll be shopping for festival. Right there, magic user, you get 20 to 80 gold pieces.
you need.
2d4.
And then so what do you do? What does?
No, I mean you roll 2d4,
Oh, right.
and then that's
Yeah, I'll roll 3d6
The
with
rain.
rain, but
yeah.
I'll
the
be
range.
30.
You might get, and then you can just go hog wild. Oh, but also, like I say, the things that you can use, much nothing.
That means I have to get up
Magic
to
user,
someone.
you can use no armor, no shield, dagger, dart, staff. That's
So 34. 3. 1. 4 gold pieces, right? Or the
40.
40. Right, sorry. Okay.
2d4, you roll. Yeah, okay.
2d4 and then times it by
10, yeah.
Okay.
To buy a dagger, dart, staff.
4 gold pieces?
You could make a dagger, enough daggers to hang around you to be like a armor.
Presumably you have a run.
Can you roll a d100 and let me know if it's a 25 or lower?
47.
Okay, don't worry about it.
I will,
Staff costs.
I'm trying to find that right now.
I got 3 darts and a staff. if I can afford. I think I can afford that. Yeah. You're breathing. Okay.
Sure.
Alright.
That's a piece of wood.
Yeah, come on.
See? Agate blue corn, dwarven fighter.
You can find it very well.
Level. So you can see as I really got back.
Oh yeah.
You see everything I do.
Agate blue corn. Yes. I was going for like Zen. Oh, thank you. I wasn't interested. I was gonna do like Xanathar thing, but for the Xanathar, but then I just went with Zan. Zan.
Quarter, it's 50.
No, that's it's weight. That means weighs.
Let's see here. What kind of
Damage. Well, the cost would be over here.
Maybe I just missed it. Pretty soon.
Maybe it's in the quarter.
Coral. Okay, staff. Yeah. Okay, this is equipment.
Free?
No.
Easy.
I can do this. So in my DMV screens, it's probably
So please 50. Well, if you want to stop, maybe I should give it.
No, so here in 20 as well, they use gold pieces as weight, and it's actually divided by 10. So its weight 50 gold pieces. That means it weighs 5 pounds in pounds. I swear to God, I've seen it before. Transport, technology, food design, with provisions. This is equipment and items. No, livestock. You want a chicken?
Yeah.
3 copper pieces,
Nothing.
obviously.
Release my chicken on. Exactly.
I'm a big
Chicken.
kitty. Chicken. Should I just look it up?
Yeah, 2 gold pieces.
Okay.
Pieces.
Spoken.
Yes. Stick. Stick. Okay. I suppose that.
Yeah.
Leather.
Dagger and scabbard, 2 gold pieces. So 4 in total, and then presumably we'll need a
Need some rations, I bet.
backpack. Yeah,
Backpack, rations.
6. Whoa! Fucking expensive for a lantern.
Yeah, Lantern prices. Yeah.
What the lantern cost?
12 or 7.
Versus a backpack.
Well, there you go. Fine quality.
Yeah. But someone made a gnome? Like,
Unbelievable.
this gnome craftsmanship is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Maybe they've got a tariff system too.
Exactly.
And how
Oh, well, you know, probably better for me because I'm a white male citizen.
I made it through the border. It was fine. I was just like, here's everything. Here's my return ticket. God damn, I don't want to stay here.
This is so true.
Yeah. I'm such an ass.
Even me, I was kind of like, I was nervous about customs. I don't. The reason why I was nervous because my U.S. passport expires like in September, within 6 months of me entering. You know, they're always saying you gotta have your passport, but I'm like, wait a second, I'm a U.S. citizen. It shouldn't apply to me. You know. And it, you know, I'm in there, and that guy's like, well, I was like, yeah, okay, thanks, sir. It was a 5-second interaction. You know?
PSA.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was thinking, my passport expires in 5 months. I gotta fucking isn't love wrapped his shit. I don't know. Maybe I gotta get my passport. So what else do you guys need?
I guess like AC.
Okay, so that's okay. Armor class in first edition is a descending system. Lower armor class is better.
Okay.
Wearing nothing, a naked person's AC is 10. You add that, of course, your dexterity modifier, right? Might lower your AC.
Yeah.
And of course, what armor you have, right? And so ACs are, yeah, here we are. Here's your armor class table right next to the, and so, no armor, 10. Shield, 9. Depending on what armor you have for shield, you can buy leather armor. Leather armor, your base with leather only is 8. And then you have a dex modifier for that.
Yeah.
And-
so it's here.
Yeah, so 14 dex. You'll have to fill all those things in because it'll be in the book in there.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying about Dick?
Dex is Dex. I mean, so there's for filling in all the relevant aspects of your abilities, right? You have to go through these things here, and so for strength, you have a high strength, so you have 17.
Mm-hmm.
You have a +1 to hit, +1 damage as with strength.
Oh, that's all the stuff.
Yeah, that's it.
Here? Yeah.
That's it. Hit adjustment, damage adjustment, your open doors.
Okay.
For 17, it's a 1 in 3 chance. Bend bars, lift gauge, 15%. So you can add that in. For dex, yeah. Defensive adjustment, and so, and these are negatives because it's a descending armor class system.
Yeah.
So with a 15 dex, you have a further armor class betterment by 1.
So my AC would be 9.
Your dex is 15?
15.
Yeah, so you have a -1.
Yeah.
So 9. What's your dex?
14.
14. There's no modifier
Okay.
at that point. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
So these are the tables that help you fill in all that stuff.
Sweet.
And this is just the table of, the kind of what armor combination equates to what AC.
No, I don't have that yet.
So
leather.
Lower is better.
8.
Actually,
Leather eight.
and in second edition, they moved it to
AC base is 8.
ascending armor class. Just to make it more confusing, we'll go descending armor class.
Cool.
Yeah. I'll buy this one for you.
I have. Yes, I would say. Well, you can also look on your phone if you want on the. But I did put those. What you call PDF versions of these books.
Oh, you did?
on the
Yeah.
Discord. It
That's-
might be kind of
yeah.
hard to find it on your phone and look at it, but that's it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's my I get unicorn? Is that guy?
Here it is.
Oh, okay. So you could look at this. And there's also different abilities for races. So as an elf, I think you get some things. A dwarf gets. When a dwarf gets some special things for being a dwarf, they have a as a dwarf they have a +1 hit on orcs and half orcs, and goblins and ogres and trolls. Yeah. And giants and other big creatures are -4 hit dwarves. They kind of.
It's like a big versus small thing.
And I think it's also dwarven hatred of and vice
Yeah,
versa.
yeah.
Especially with the orc and stuff like that. So yeah, dwarves get that bonus on orcs and goblins because I guess they spend a lot of time killing them. Or most hated enemy kind of thing. Yeah.
This is a probability.
That percentage doesn't refer to you. If you roll an 18 strength, you have what's called you then roll a percentage die to get even a higher level
Right.
of 18. And so since you're not 18, so don't worry about that. So
But I just put +1.
+1 for your hit adjustment, yeah, right there.
Yeah.
In the next box over.
+1.
Yeah. I think you were +1, I think, right, for your damage too. So you're strong, you're beefy.
Open doors.
If I get to 9th level, I can attract 10d6 0th level
followers?
soldiers into my service as a bard. That's really stupid. Hi, this is my orgy. 50 men here. And they want to party.
Constantly, and then henchmen, the difference is there, were big in first edition. Like you would have your party, you'd have 5 other guys that you hired to
Used to look
There's a
Predators.
subclass of the samurai in first edition Pathfinder
Ah,
that gets a retainer that works with him. And one of the podcasts I've been listening to, he has it be his great nephew who comes in, and it's just this retainer that's this guy that they are slowly turning into a barbarian. That so funny because he's just a guy that it's basically the GM just voicing a character that follows them around and is really stupid, but he does all the heavy lifting.
indeed.
Like he's the only character that was strong in their party other than a guy who summoned a demon. And so the demon was like, I'm not carrying that. This guy just kept dragging around a 200-pound helmet that they took off of a giant lord. And he's just like, they're walking and he's, for every 30 feet they're traveling, he's moving a foot at a time, just dragging this helmet along the ground. Very funny. The money system for me, because I'm not in, no, the bard isn't in there, but it doesn't say anything on the actual class. Is there something further on that
Combination of fighters, druids, and
so I just roll all of their dice.
let's just take some middle ground on that. Which would be in this book here.
Do I don't take these if I'm not a cleric?
No.
Just from that one.
Yeah. So, cleric is 20. How about just do the cleric one, 3 to 6 times 10. Okay.
So for like the Leo's character, he had 5 spells. What would it be for me as a druid? Like, so I was having a look.
It is. Oh,
I'm
well, no.
30 going.
13 times 30.
Yeah.
So
I'm getting heaps of that.
you get your spells only from your deity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we'll choose a deity.
Okay.
But
Was
what
there
you do is
a weapons page? Did you see one? There might be one here.
there's in that one too. For you, player's handbook. Oh no, I mean player's handbook. Sorry.
Okay.
It's just your it's under
What I needed to look.
cleric for you. What page is that?
20? Oh, 18? No.
Druids. So this is you get 2
Okay.
first level
Oh,
spells.
cool. Okay.
So that's your spell progression table. At level you
got
have 3 first level spells and 2 second level spells. And so you simply ask your deity for those spells. And so every day or after you spend time in prayer, you can choose a new set of spells. And so for you, it's 2 first level spells, right?
Okay.
And they're in this book.
In that book, yeah.
It's that's the same. Is that a wizard prepares from his notebook and a druid communes with nature or their goddess or their god, and they
They-
are allowed to know those spells. But they get to change them all the time because they're not as good as a wizard's spells. A wizard is the premier, but he has limitations, whereas you get access to more spells that are a little bit shitter.
Slap.
But they're still fun.
But they-
For shooting missile weapons. So,
Defends the
no, is there a different table?
another one, but that's for thieves.
Yeah. Is it here? Missile adjustment? I can't remember.
I'm presuming it wouldn't be. I mean, I have no reaction to
No, I doubt you have anything for that.
Maybe that's attacking adjustment as well.
Well, I think let me look at that here. It's penalty for blows by surprise. No. Oh, and missile combat action. That's missiles.
Okay.
So if you got a 15, so yeah, you're just 0. So there might even be a list. There might be the list of spells for druids. This has additional spells in it, but I think it just lists the original spells. So look right there. The druid spells.
Yeah, I just found a thing. Halflings can't be bards.
Wow.
Oh, damn it. That sucks.
What? That's like, isn't that classic? I mean, it's now classic. Maybe not 1970.
Yeah.
Let me look at
It's
it.
progressive.
So this is not descriptive.
Okay.
This is just
Oh,
lists.
yeah.
And so these are all the first level druid spells
Yeah.
that exist in these books, and simply the ones that are in italics are describing this book.
Okay.
The other ones are describing that.
In that book.
So those are the set of spells. I mean, some are pretty basic. Animal friendship ceremony. I think you do something that gives your colleagues a plus bonuses to their attacks and defense. Take balance. I don't know what that is. Take magic. Take poison. There's some pits. Entangle. Entangle is like the 5e spell, but probably not as effective. Fairy fire, same thing. Deals a bit of animals. Local animals. Pass without trace, like the 5e spell. Yeah. So there you go.
Cool thing, yeah.
But yeah, so if you want to know what Speak with Animals is, it'll be in your, it'll be in here in your PDF version of the Player's Handbook,
Okay, yeah.
or in that one in front of Leo.
It changes actually so much. Damn.
Do you know detect magic?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Think of getting something you don't have. Let's even it out.
You're going to the NZAO conference with you?
No, I wanted to, but because we went to this one, like,
Fair enough.
yeah, I don't think I will. But like, it sounds like it would be pretty close as well and everything. Well, not. Yeah, totally. Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, yeah. I was just saying that he's prepping.
Yeah, business.
You guys are nice. Yeah, you gonna be there, of course.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Nice. Good. Yeah. But you should come in 2 weeks. We're presenting our SAA papers at the Anther Seminar, 4 p.m. Thursday.
Cool.
Yeah, May 29th. I already invited Alex. Yeah, who should go up in honor of Melinda. So me, Ethan, and Thane are gonna just present our 15-minute talks and embarrass Melinda. Yeah. Yeah, so that should be a nice one. Yeah. Yeah.
Is Melinda like
Retiring, yeah. Like
Kind of?
kind of. Like she's down to 30% and I think like when I finish my PhD she's allowed to fully retire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. But now she feels like, oh, I've got so much cool stuff to do. Like, why am I retiring? Yeah. But like, I feel like they say they retire. I was deciding. I think a chick to balance out the gender here. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Well, yeah. You know, her name is Raven Vidivici. Yeah.
What?
Raven Vidivici, because Vidivici is from the Latin "I came, I saw, I conquered." Yeah.
It would have been said, the V's back in there would have been said as W's as well.
Vidivici.
Yeah, I think that's what I've. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
That's why it's the opposite way around for W's being V's. That's why it's the Vitch.
Oh.
That kind of stuff like is. And then I don't know. I guess they just decided to do the opposite.
I guess, yeah, I guess the Latin
Yeah.
speak, or that people speak nowadays, is probably just like Church Latin.
It definitely is church Latin.
You want to be this guy? You're a wizard.
Yeah. That looks like a wizard to me.
I'm still working out today. What you are?
Yeah, well, I'm a half elf. I've gone to.
Okay.
So do you have a sexy half elf?
Doesn't.
I don't have a good strength. I rolled better for my dex. So I was going to use a sling when I was a halfling. But would I use a bow? Is that?
I believe so. I mean, if we do things incorrectly, we can just fix it there.
Because I figured I'd get do a bow.
Thanks for passing. Bar.
but mostly be performing and not actually using the book.
I am
I want to say those bars like the appendix.
page 6.
Bars 117. So there is an appendix. It's like a bard must be human or half elven. It said in this. Bards begin play as fighters. They must remain exclusively fighters until they reach the 5th level. Anytime thereafter, and in any event prior to attaining 8th level, they must change their class without thieves. Again, sometimes between 5th and 9th level ability, bards must leave off thieving and begin clerical studies as druids. But at this time, they are actually bards under druidical tutelage. Bards must fulfill the requirements in all the above classes before progressing to the bards table. You must always remain neutral, but can mechanic evil, good, or lawful if they choose. Neutral, lawful, good. Well, what else does it say?
Where do we find these modifiers again?
It says armor, leather or magical chainmail only, no shield, weapon, club, dagger, dart, javelin, sling, scimitar, spear, staff, sword.
Okay.
I don't know what it says in that one.
That's
Cover art looks like one of those like pre New Testament peoples that they worship in like Phoenicia. Or,
The round, like plumpness to them.
Yeah, like a big bronze statue, and like in like the Bible verses about them, like, and they threw the babies into the
Yeah. And below, the bears came down and killed 37 children. And the children said to the man, "Go up, Baldy." Real line from the Bible.
Really?
Yeah, and then bears come down and kill like 30, 40 children.
New Testament.
you know
That's
what
our Old Testament.
page these stuff would be on for me?
I have no idea.
All the adjustments. Thank you.
Yeah,
No, just trying to find it on the player's handbook online while you.
Oh, yes, sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. It's just if I could find it, then I can do it. I'll need Ethan's help. Yep. I was just hoping you could help me find those adjustments again, Ethan, but I'll look at it on
We'll get
here.
that better, but they're all in the player's handbook. Yeah.
I
okay,
can put
but
it on here.
yeah, that's them. These. Oh no. Go back to abilities.
Oh, it's
Yeah. So, wisdom, intelligence, strength. So, those are
okay.
So your strength is 13.
Yeah.
It's going to be kind of like straight across, no adjustments. I mean, how much you can carry? But open doors on a 1 and 2, so that's what they're 1 and 2. And bars, 10%, not very high.
Yeah.
They're all on those ability tables.
Thanks.
So how you what do you need? Look at your American privileges.
I love that one.
I brought that back for Loki. Unlike,
For me.
I was in the airport somewhere, right? And I was like, okay, I need to get a gift with a American Christmas sweets.
With Donald Trump.
Oh my god.
Is Obama even on here?
That stops at Kennedy. That's the most latest.
Yeah.
I don't think Obama's the right colour for most Americans.
Did you like get to learn all the American presidents?
I don't remember. Probably. I do.
Most people know the big ones, right? He's like some guy in like
Guy.
1807. You really remember? Well, to Cleveland.
In my
Done.
hometown, actually, it's a huge number of the streets are named after a president. I mean, there's like the downtown Water Street, and then there's Lawrence, probably a president, I'm guessing, and then there's the uptown, which is all a big grid system. And I live in Jefferson Street.
Yeah.
There's I mean, I'm just thinking like Taft, and there's kind of streets people my friends don't live on, but everyone live on the president streets.
The streets around Glen Innes are all, well, not all of them, but a lot of them are World War II. like Alamein,
Okay.
Alamein, Dunkirk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then there's like Tobruk,
Oh, okay.
Libya, stuff like that. Yeah.
There's Kennedy over here. There's a Kennedy, I think, right here. Isn't there, Sam? Kennedy?
Yeah, it's
Kennedy.
I think it turns into Kennedy after about halfway down the road if you keep going around. Because it used to be Kennedy that was I used to get a ride from a friend and they'd drop us on Kennedy and there was a small walkway through. That's now in full subdivision. So at one point it was a road that led to a footpath that went down and then up the big hill, and I haven't been there in 20 plus years.
What else can I help with though?
I think the only thing I have left is, I mean, there's other things I guess that I'm like not important right now because we're just doing it.
9 con. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I'm presuming things like, I don't know, I'm going to bother with component for now.
No.
Yeah.
Any humans, blah blah.
So I think the only thing would be Staff and Dagger.
Nope.
Presumably that's, or no.
Whatever, fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, so all this stuff, negative adjustment, space, required range, we can deal with that at some point in the future. Speed, and armor class adjustments. And so in second edition, there are weapon adjustments per armor type. Not armor class, but armor type. Because let's say you have whatever, a leather armor, AC 8, and you have your high dex, so your AC is actually 6. But the weapon versus armor type is just for that AC 8 leather. The idea being that some weapons are better at different kinds of armor, right? So, and if you look in the player's handbook, it shows you all those adjustments. So, like, I forget what they are, but maybe, arrows are better against leather armor than they are against scalemen.
Yeah.
And so you get a different adjustments for that.
Yeah. I don't think I have much more to. Got my spells. Got my spell slots.
How about languages?
Is it? Oh yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can do this later. But
Common. Obviously.
yeah.
Where did you work out the leather armor adjustment?
What the base armor class is?
Yeah, the leather.
It's back by the.
Oh, way at the back. Oh.
No, I mean where the. It is.
Oh, yeah, this way.
Sandwich. You doing all right?
Good. I'm just trying to now, I think, figure out my AC. I think. But
You have leather armor, right?
yeah,
Your AC's 8.
yeah,
I
my
don't
bait.
think you have a dex adjustment,
No,
so 8.
just 8. Yeah.
I have a 16 dex,
Not bad.
And my
but
and your
I
bait-
just haven't seen.
I don't think it's an adjustment.
I just got max.
Oh no, -2. It's descending on the class.
Oh, okay, so
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, leather and AC dex is 16. Yeah.
And like
Okay.
hit point defense. Sorry, I'm just trying to find. Okay.
For druids, you're
For
probably a
druids,
D8, I think, off the top of my head. So we're doing max hit points at first level, so you have 8.
Oh, okay.
And no con bonuses or anything.
Well, if you have, con bonus. If
Do not.
there are con bonuses, but you mind
No.
Right.
Got actually, he's got Stars of David's in presents, so it's all about togetherness.
I did. I'm just looking for trying to find these original photos, but
Oh, that's good. Sigil.
my sigil
That's
for
cool.
gnome thief named Gossamer, and this little sword there.
Nice.
Luther. I don't know how it's never level 13. That's a lie. It's a lie. I tried to do a sword there. I don't know what that is. I have another one where I was like,
Luther.
wasn't dead. There we are. My dagger and a staff. I guess that's blood, hopefully,
Cancer.
and not just peen. Because of the famous magic user. I think it was.
So you invented the floating disc.
Yeah.
Sturm Brightblade.
That's a character from the Dragonlance trilogy.
Then you got the dates. Living to June 1983.
Yeah.
Gimli.
Antrodox had a hawk. His name was Abatros. The town wizard. Level 36. This is this.
Off with an O.
How does he spell? Is it A? Is it
Hey.
I'm 12 years old. 1982. Okay, what are you doing?
That's to avoid copyright.
I did know.
By the top instead.
Legally distinct. Ulmo.
No,
Doesn't giggle, but he chortles. That tickles. No, legally distinct.
Then deploys as a trademark of the Coca-Cola Corporation.
Yeah, Coca-Cola.
So I don't know. In the future, you can think about deities and whatnot,
Mm.
and languages
Yeah.
and whatnot. Alex is just. What is she doing? She's.
What did you say?
What did she say? She's just
Working.
working on Monday, so she went down today. Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Coward, just drive at 5.
Yeah, she's going to Totoga early tomorrow, so she's heading down today. Yeah. She's working on her
I
character.
thought you guys might
Yeah. Okay.
need something to write on. Do you want that? I mean, because I was thinking, okay, so that's what she.
I was wondering what this was for. That's what it is.
Who's she working for?
I don't know Totoga, so I don't know who this is with.
Kim.
Probably. Yeah. She's been working. Got her little hands everywhere.
Oh, are you
Um,
pretty good?
I think I'm pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
sorry,
Do you think speed though? Do I need to get that as well?
For all those weapon modifiers,
Yes,
for armor class and space and speed and stuff, that's all in the PHB on that big
Yeah.
chart. I mean, like right there. Thing.
Yeah,
Now,
Yeah, sorry, I'll just give you. You give this one for 1 second. I just needed to get the elf edition, the half elf
so
bonuses.
yeah, space required. Really, how much, can you use a battle actually 4 feet of space around you to do that? Speed factors for these weapons. So initiative in the first edition is group initiative, side initiative rather. One uses a D6. High roll wins. So 6 feet 4, etc. But ties, if it's tied, then you go with the tie, but speed factor then comes into play. Lower speed factors go first. So, for example, let's say you're just battling two attackers that attack each other. Tied initiative, the guy with the battle axe is going to go after the guy with the hand axe. Speed factor 4 versus 7. Now, it does come into play because you can imagine when you're rolling a D6 for initiative, ties are not. I mean, they occur 12% of the time,
Yeah.
or whatever, roughly. But they do occur, and then it depends on who's got the faster weapon speed.
right.
And that one goes first. It's like, a pole arm versus a dagger, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a difference there. Yeah. But they're not vastly different. I mean, most, I see like a sword. The swords, their speed factors are, between 6 and 10. So like a two-handed sword is super slow. Versus a short sword, which is, a short sword is always going to be a long sword in a tied initiative. So that's one aspect of initiative. Another thing with first edition, especially in melee combat. Melee combat, it is just there's some aspects of it which are not as precise as 5e, and some aspects which are more precise. So in melee combat, you really don't move. You're just considered to be everyone's kind of constantly jostling for position and moving around within melee range of each other, right? And so firing missiles into melee combat, you cannot choose your target. Your target is determined by size of creatures. So if a bunch of orcs are coming at you, you can just fire into them coming at you. Now, if your buddies are in melee with orcs and you're firing the orcs,
Yeah.
There's what let's say orcs and humans are the same size. Let's say there's whatever 3-player characters and 2 orcs.
Yep.
And and they're melee. You're gonna fire into that melee. You roll to hit. Well, what you first do is you roll to see who is gonna get possibly hit by the arrow based on percentages. So it'd be 60% chance you're gonna hit one of the player characters, and if there's 3 of them and 2 orcs, right? Right? Yeah, 3/5 chance, so 60% chance, and then you adjudicate the result after you roll a hit die. And so yeah, you can't fire into individuals in melee.
Or you can, but you risk.
Yeah, you fire into the maelstrom is what happens.
Yeah,
Then you just. But I mean, if it's 2 player characters and 4 giants,
Yeah.
4 hill giants, they're gonna count. The chance you're gonna hit the hill giants is 70% or greater.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
Or at least everything we need for it now.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that seems like we could do any type of mechanic.
Yeah, we can figure it out as we go.
Yeah.
Look at this person. My neighbor. So in the house next door, it's a transient collection of people coming and going. Exactly, collective. And a couple months ago, they put a letter in my post box. Tom's car is parked out front, but like a block up, and I actually had his car parked right in front of their house for a while. And they asked me if I could move it to the next house up so they could park their cars right in front of their house. And I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, that's fine. Like, it's all up 6 meters. I can't imagine it's that big a deal. And if you might notice, there's no legal parking in front of my house.
Yeah.
And we have the same length driveway. Yeah. So, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'll park Tom's car up a block or so. Last night I come, there's a letter in the mailbox. Dear the lovely neighbors. She was asking me. She was asking me to not put my porch light on at night because it shines into her window, and she said, I don't know, I think it's a woman, that it makes this loud buzzing hum or frequency that keeps me awake. That light makes no noise at all.
Yes.
Zero.
I agree.
Yesterday I turned on. I was like,
I point. The porch light was on when I was house sitting, and I didn't hear it.
But it's on that side as well.
yeah, I think it shines in that bedroom. No, I did. I took the lights. I changed them so they're pointed that way. But I'm like,
Good lady.
usually I've got a car and a couple of motorcycles in the carport. I just kind of like a little bit of light in the front there, in the nighttime. Just
Yeah, like promote or something.
Exactly. I don't want to come and look at this stuff like
Yes, they were a bit interesting because when I was house sitting, luckily I had this gate shut,
Yeah.
and this dog just came in, like
Oh,
as I was just about to open it, and I was like, hello. Yeah, there's, and I was like, hi. And then I was like, who do you belong to? And luckily Kona was over there, and then she came over this, and I was like, oh, is this your dog? And she's like, yeah, he's got out. And she's like, oh, is Kona over there? She's like, oh, they should play. I'm like, no, I don't think so, because he had an ear thing, and I was like, also, not my dog.
Yeah.
Like, let's just like leave this. I was like, maybe when Ethan's back, you can ask him.
I'm thinking there's but.
But but it was just really random because like this random dog just comes over. I was like,
The collective, yeah, they got chickens that go off, and I'm like, I don't complain about your chicken, and also it's a city, and there's lights in cities, and so I'm sorry, but
you would never.
Really? What fortunate that like our neighbours are
Really nice.
on one side, like they got 3 boys. But I always apologise and go, no, this kid's playing. People and stuff, and
Looking at those
I
modifications.
think it's like smell smoking.
Yeah,
that's our neighbor right there.
here
Look, she's always smelling. I'm like, I don't.
you have to go.
I still smell.
Yeah, straight to and then intelligence. You have to
She's
go.
been a West Austin. It's fucking everywhere.
Alrighty, thank you.
That's okay. No. I didn't have many for me. Yeah. It's funny.
Yes, it's always with that hum. I'm like,
So they like frequency people as well. It's like you know how like a part of like word.
Oh, I don't know.
Certain frequencies are part of like healing frequencies.
Wouldn't put it past that.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm like,
Maybe that's where it's coming from.
it's just yesterday I'm just like sitting there next to the light going, I'm like, it's like nothing here.
Yeah, people are into like healing frequencies and all this kind of stuff. Where it's like when you hit, so yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it's here for.
It's like
Yeah, I'm glad you guys are eating that bread. It's really nice.
you guys ever been to Crystal Mountain?
I just forgot. I was just there freaking yesterday on the way to a video. Well,
It's very cool for kids.
yesterday to get little obsidian arrowheads.
Yeah, I've got one. So it's like it's one of the,
I didn't go into the park, but it's the museum.
yeah, it's really cool. Like all the stuff they have, but then they also have things like good for like anxiety.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like
Okay. Yeah, woo woo.
yeah.
I read in the paper yesterday about this scam that people, some Chinese nationals got caught for doing this. They like flew into this country and went through visitor visas or whatever. But apparently it was like they were targeting kind of old Chinese ladies.
Oh no.
Like some kind of scam, like to whatever, make the bad juju go away. And to take all of your like bundles of cash and like gold watch and whatnot and put them in this bag. And you put them in this like silk bag and then put the bags like in some crystals or candles, but don't look in the bag for a month. And then they will make the bad juju go away. And what these people were doing is they're going back to people's houses and doing some kind of ceremony where they had to close, literally so simple. They had to close their eyes and then somebody took one bag and put another bag there like full of like rice and a bottle of water. and literally that's what happened. And the old Chinese lady put it on the shelf with the candles and whatnot. And then but a couple days later she finally looked in the bag and it was like not her gold watches and bundles of cash, but rice and a water bottle. And
they've already taken off.
Yeah. But these three Chinese nationals, they were I think arrested at the airport.
Oh yeah.
Leaving with literally like suitcases full of jewelry and cash that they had got in this scam. Yeah.
Oh right. That's so bad.
Yeah, they were they described it so they're outside of Olympic pools in Newmarket and they see a mark and the little Chinese lady comes out, whatever, and one of the other people goes up to her and says, I have this huge problem over my son, blah blah, and I locked my house, blah blah, and I've been told to find Master Wu. Literally, that's what they said in the paper. And then another person on the scam walks by and goes, Master Wu, I know Master Wu. Seriously. It was so comically obvious.
Yeah. You mean the revered Master? Yeah.
He's right over here in the apartment. I'll take you to Master Wu right now.
Yeah.
And then they entrapped several people this way.
Oh my god.
I know.
So,
Yeah.
old ladies.
Poor old lady.
Old lady.
My grandma, when she got dementia and we went through her, so organized all of her stuff. She was going through her retirement village. Felt like a dresser. She'd go overseas and she traveled a lot when she retired, and then she continued to travel. But she'd go overseas and draw cash out to do stuff with, and then just never exchange the cash or redeposit it when she go back. It's like
A suitcase full of foreign money.
honestly, yeah. I found probably €2,500 and at least a couple thousand US.
Wow.
Yeah.
When I went to the States a couple years ago, we actually had we had a cashier's check I was going to deposit in U.S. account for $10,000, so get that money. And, you have to declare when you take that much money. You have to declare. And I did declare it. I was and the guy, they said, just fill a bunch of forms, all kind of shit.
Mm.
And then, I can deposit my check. But the guy I was talking to for a while, going through all this stuff, he said, yeah, we get lots of people come here. And he would say lots of Asian visitors to Hawaii who are bringing in $100,000 or whatever. And they don't declare it. He said, all they got to do is declare it and it's fine,
Yeah.
But they don't declare it. And so we confiscate it.
Yes.
He said they just have to declare it.
Yeah.
but
$1,000 or
but they're so I guess people are kind of nervous about declaring this kind of stuff. But
yeah.
I don't know if they just take it, but he said then it's costs a huge raft of
Yeah.
shit. They might not give it for a while. They might take it, confiscate it for a while until whatever. But then the person's up on charges of like falsifying immigration documents. But I was like, do I declare this? Are they gonna take part of it? Oh, I gotta declare it. I gotta declare it.
You write archaeologists?
No, I write lecturer, professor.
What will you write now, archaeologist?
I usually put like.
Yeah.
I should provide advice.
My friend used to was in the Secret Service in the U.S. and they're actually part of the Treasury Department. So he would just put Treasury worker because he said it's like the most boring thing in the world to be a Treasury worker.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, exactly. That's true. What did you prefer staff? Because staff, like we could. Yeah, I'll put a couple of yours. Yes? Yeah. Staff.
All right, almost ready?
Yeah.
Honestly, no, I'm just kind of curious.
What would you like? What would you do?
I think.
Oh, he's holding a staff. Okay.
There was archaeologists not called the forms. Caitlin wrote it.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, I don't write there because like people always make some comment for archaeologist. Okay, Mr. Jones.
That's kind of funny.
I'm Dr. Ethan Cochran. She never knows. She's supposed to be treatment. But I have been asked by my doctor.
Yeah.
Like, no, not that kind of dog. Exactly. There's an archaeological virgin on the plane. Fucking come to me. All of them.
Do you have some empirical analysis that needs evaluation?
No, two different
It's all a person. All that fighting.
How did you work out the armor class adjustment? Of the weapon?
It's this thing here.
It's a basic.
Armor class adjustment is that.
So if that's your number,
I just did it based on it's that I thought was this except just running the other way.
okay.
So I just put like -3, -2, -1. It's like an array, it seems like.
Oh, okay, right.
So it just runs the other way because it's just
Right, okay. So yeah.
The other table off, having your water. Mr. Gallagher. All right. Yeah, these screens up here are ancient, but because is there different attack matrices for different classes in 5e?
What do you mean?
Because here there's different attack matrices for what your class is. If you're a magic user, you're on this matrix. 5e, you're on this matrix.
No, I think it's all
Oh,
relatively one.
yeah, it's one thing, isn't it? You just have different maybe bonuses for class.
Yeah, classes. Yeah, I think it just your classes are different
That's what it.
because
yeah,
your proficiencies are.
that's what they do it. Yeah. There's also
So I guess it's kind of the same, but in a
ultimately
smoother
the
way.
end, yeah. Also in first edition, there are what do they call them? 5e skills. Like Arcana checks, that kind of skills. Are they called skills? They actually don't have that in first edition. They have what are called secondary skills, and there are a series of things like brewer, falconer, or whatever whatever. And it's just if you're engaged in a task that is relevant to that skill, you're successful. I mean that's the way to say it. Like I'm a brewer, so I can I don't have to roll anything. I just simply come across whatever's I can use as equipment. In second edition, that book there, they institute. That's the first set of, I guess, what you would call skills in 5e, in second edition they're called non-weapon proficiencies. Because they also have weapon proficiencies. So I didn't really worry about it, but
So then, how would you do it in 1E if you're trying to save? Like, would you just say the first?
you would probably just use ability scores,
Yeah.
personal roll. But so we don't have to worry about it right now. You guys can think about that. Time. So I think I put a 2E PHB on Discord. I don't know, but
Some additional 5.
yeah, that's 8. So
Die for me, minion.
lunacy opinions. They could be half the minions. So yeah, this is okay. So yeah, so here's the secondary skills kind of stuff, like armorer, fisher, hunter, whatever.
Yeah.
Mason. Meaning, and again, it would just be like, if there's a scenario arises where be knowing tailoring or weaving would be good, you just automatically succeed at whatever the task is, unless it says otherwise. But now they have non-weapon proficiencies, and here they are. The number of proficiencies you get. So, yeah. So, whatever. This is, warriors are all the fighters classes, wizards, priests are the druids and whatnot. So, as a druid, you have 2 weapon proficiencies. Meaning, so if you have 2 weapons, you have your. What is that? Hey.
Staff and dart.
Oh, I was looking
Yeah,
at it.
that's my
Okay,
spell.
so, assumedly, you're proficient in staffs and proficient in darts. If you're not proficient, you take a non-proficiency penalty of like -2 or something like that. And when you get to, every 4 levels, you get another weapon proficiency slot. Non-weapon proficiencies, you have 4, and every 3 levels, you get another non-weapon proficiency slot. And that's stuff like this stuff here, whatever. Heraldry, rope use, swimming, whatever. This is for general. For priests, for druids, you can do astrology, engineering, herbalism, blah blah. And so this is more getting closer to the 5e skill check system. So, for example, you can then go to one of these, whatever, appraising, whatever. You have the ability to appraise, gems and jewels and whatnot, and you make a proficiency check. So this is adding on those kind of non-weapon skills that kind of really commonplace in 5e, that weren't in first edition at all. Ancient history, blacksmithing, wine fighting. So we don't necessarily have to worry about it now. I mean, you guys in the future can do it if you want.
Okay, I think I'm. I needed to look at the cost of. The cost of the gear. That was what I needed. $34. Money. Leather 5 GP, so that means I have. You having silver-tipped darts, daggers, and spears.
I wrote that in there
Yeah.
as a young kid, Ethan. I don't know
Yeah.
where I got that information. I probably just made it up, but
so 15, so there's no one. Yeah. One.
Yeah.
fine. He's perfectly happy. That's his happy place. He's being around everybody else.
Yeah.
And then we now need to know the pricing of the random bullshit that I want.
Did you ever go to D&D snack back in the day? Something that they no longer make?
The rolls.
I don't really remember. Honestly,
Jolt Cola.
remember Jolt Cola?
Yeah. I said there was one store in Avondale that used to sell Jolt Cola. I'm pretty sure I drank all of it.
the airport. Good lord, this is just so stupid.
Yes.
All they do is my friend Charlie, who I play with still, been playing with online. At his house, he had strawberry Nestle Quick. And so like the fucking
Yeah.
5-liter can of it. So we used to drink Nestle Quick all the time at his house. So probably just strawberry milk all day long, all that long. I can't remember otherwise. Yeah. Probably the moms doing something for us. My friend David's house, we played in the basement. But I remember the table we played at. Charlie's house, kicking table.
The only American snack I can think of is Twinkies.
Yeah,
Raisins. Mm.
I don't know what we ate, honestly. I know this chips like Doritos. Sure. This thing.
You know what is disgusting? Is like, so the red vines or Twizzlers?
I don't like those.
Yeah, they're not.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not like a liquor
Yeah.
or anything. It's
It's like this waxy.
Loki likes one of those, but it's either like you like one and loathe the other one. I think.
yeah. I think it's the
Very specific kind of allegiance. Kind of snack. Right. Well, I guess we can cut it. Okay, so. Hey Sam, yeah, is this one okay for now? Anyways, so you got a sword? What are you?
a scimitar, but that's
I had a scimitar, honestly, but I think
he's just the.
Clean that.
there's you.
Yep.
There's some maps. Right.
Actually,
You have something on you?
I do. I'm using it as a poster. I have my array of random bullshit.
This is
Um,
Gargamel. Smurfs. I have that one.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure I do. I did watch a bit of Hysteria.
Oh yeah,
So you told me. I like that. I watched maybe the first half hour of one of them. I was just late at night. I didn't watch the whole one.
You watch Hysteria.
It is very. It's super. What is that?
It's 80s and stuff. It's like Stranger Things. Like it's like a small town 80s metal rock band high school. And they kind of help scare because the things of the 80s America they
You know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And like
No.
the kids capitalize on satanic cult with
remember now.
metal band to try not realizing how serious
I remember of them.
yeah, that's pretty funny. TV and Z.
Let's-
I'll go find it. Please don't.
that Alex usually uses
Oh yeah, the Spanish.
the Punisher.
All right, we got 4. The companions. 4 companions.
Oh yeah,
You.
I can speak 4.
I can speak like heaps. So
Yeah. There is.
how about I don't decide until we.
I was gonna say yeah. I need you to list off 4 languages, an addition on top of my normal ones that I can.
Oh, I probably didn't be in here. Can't remember.
I just need to find the cost of musical instruments.
So in timing in this game, right? There's rounds. Rounds are a minute. Rounds can be divided up into 10 segments, 6 seconds each. The primary reason for that, to note that, is for spell casting. So if your spells have casting times, like usually 3-ish segments or so, something like that. And so if during your during your attack action, you cast a spell, it's a 3-segment casting time. It'll come on like whatever, halfway through the round is when the spell will be cast. And so if someone else attacks you before then, breaks concentration and spell's spoiled. I think you actually can make a save for that. I'm not from my head. Remember, I'm still remembering the rules about this as well, but I think, yeah, you'll be able to make a save. But that's one reason I know about casting lengths and segments, etc. Oh, you guys all have movement rates too. Now, yeah. um,
I like this music. It's
Yeah.
classic, like first time you're in your dungeon
Yeah.
in a video game.
You're a human?
Yep.
Your movement rate is 12. That means 120 feet. You are
Yeah, elf. Sorry. Yep.
12.
12.
Half that.
12.
Oh, you write on the boot, do you?
Yes.
Where is the 12?
And that's
That's
assuming
cool.
you're all unencumbered, which I'm sure you are. You don't have enough money to buy heavy stuff yet, so. Although, what's your? There's part two. What's your
What's pages languages?
leather armor, right?
Yeah.
The two of you.
Yes.
Bullshit prices. So I'm just gonna knock off some gold
Sure.
to allow me to have a loot. Six hit points.
Fucking rocking 6 hit points.
I'll live forever.
Yeah.
Not even God himself.
Okay.
Favorite thing to say when someone's in danger. Last time I killed one of his characters.
Oh yeah.
Forever, not even God himself. Could kill you now. He died on the next round. Okay,
Okay.
that's good enough for now.
You're walking down the road.
Mhm.
But let me. So, indeed, you're in an area called an area called the Wild Coast. Let's see if I can get the Wild Coast. So, yeah, if you kind of remember the Lord of Greyhawk, City Greyhawk is in the dead center of this place, the Flaness, right? So there it is. You're down here, and here there's the mountains. On the other side of these mountains here, there's a big valley with like Bissell and Grand March and Keelan and whatnot in that big valley. Then another set of mountains, the Crystal Mist and the Hell Furnaces, right over here. But you're way over here, on this area called the Wild Coast. It is
Wild.
holy wild. It's no, the year is 576, and so this is, several years, 15 years or plus prior to the other campaign. So there has been, and there may never will be, a massive, continent-wide war caused by IUs. That hasn't occurred yet, and it might not this time. So the Wild Coast, I'll just read from this book here. Let's see. It's a series of city-states, would be the best way to put it. It's not a single unified country. Let's see, there's Safeton, Narwhal, Fax, Vadwall, and Elred are these major towns. Maybe 150,000 people or so spread out across them. Yeah. There's lots of demi-humans and humans, more so than other parts of the Flaness, I would say. One reason maybe why it's not a single political entity is there's not really any huge deposits or resources there. So you can see that the Whelkwood, that forest goes right up to the edge of the coastline almost. As you go down south, you go to this peninsula called the Pomarge, again, which is kind of rocky, deserty with forests, so not a lot of raw materials, natural resources that might kind of support a big political entity.
It's just all this black gooey stuff.
But no. Reading from this the Greyhawk Gazetteer, it says the western shores of the Sea of Garnat have long been called the Wild Coast, for the region has been haven for malcontents, dissidents, demi-humans, humanoids, and the outcasts of other states. It is a fair but not particularly fertile area, rolling countryside interspersed with woodlands, fens, and scattered clusters of dwellings. Parts of the gnarly forest, all of the Whelkwood, east of the Jewel River, and the Sus Forest are considered as being in this region. The Wild Coast remains a free territory, comprised of petty nobles, robber barons, guild head towns, fishing in forest villages, freebooters, mercenaries, and displaced persons of all sorts. This is due to the remote and isolated position it holds, its lack of resources, and the fact that it has never been a desirable position strategically. Portions of the area have been under the control of Selene, which is a elven enclave. The Prince of Ulet, which is on the other side of the mountains. The Gnarch of Hardby. Hardby is a town. Gnarch, I guess, is some kind of position of status. And the Free City of Greyhawk at various times have all kind of controlled these places. The inhabitants, being of a mind otherwise, have always managed to regain their freedom. So, there's no question that the Wild Coast is known throughout the Flaness as a place of sanctuary, albeit a highly dangerous one, filled with adventure at the very least. Its racially mixed peoples are well known as mercenaries and adventurers themselves. The area gives rise to many outstanding clerics, fighters, magic users, and thieves. Legendary natives of the Wild Coast include such persons as Mordekainen, Robilar, another famous person of the Circle 8, and Tensor, to name but a few. Tales relate that somewhere within the Sus there exists a lost city of the old Suwas.
One of the above.
From which the Jewel River gained its name. It's never been found, and the legend is highly doubtful. Since the Pomarge has been in the control of rapacious humanoids, the southern portions of the Wild Coast have been less than wholesome in any event, and expeditions into the Sus Forest have not been attempted of late for obvious reasons.
The what for?
The Sus, S-U-S-S. So,
Is that the Pomage Forest around?
no, that must be the Sus down here, yeah. This is the Welkwood, this is the Gnarly Forest. Gnarly, Welkwood, this must be the Sus.
Gnarly and Suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah. And the
Story band.
and see Cron Hills, yeah. I'm trying to think other places that
That's good. I put my place of origin from Celine.
Okay, there you go.
What do you look for?
Oh no.
So in the future, if we continue with these characters and this stuff,
Yeah.
think about where you might be from. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be anywhere, but why you might be here. Another reason why I like starting this area is because of the maritime possibilities. There's all kinds of ports along there, and so all kinds of, but yeah, and possibly to go quickly somewhere else if you want to. But I have you kind of walking down the road from Safeton, a village on the south coast, on the west coast there,
I feel good there.
and
Say.
I don't know. I feel really vulnerable. You are just approaching the village of Danbury, which is just a couple hours walk from Safeton. The four of you, including Agate Bluecorn,
Is he good looking?
he's a dwarf over there.
Is he
He's a dwarf.
how old is he?
Avoid the question. Yeah, he's a dwarf.
I don't have his age. 137.
How does he look? Does he look elderly or does he look like a normal dwarf?
Normal dwarf. Why did you ask?
I would prefer them older.
Okay. You didn't offer me your arm.
No, but
Top on something else.
stand up or are you not stand up anymore?
I'm
Oh, you're not Schmandel.
going to put Zan something, and then I thought Zan Frank.
With a name, something like it sounded like it was
Back there.
it was an antifungal cream or something like that.
Yeah, I'd have to put
Safety in the 70s.
saw a reel on Instagram that was like when the DM is trying to create a scene and your players fixate on an NPC you did not give enough of a backstory.
So I guess we can start off with thinking about why are you walking down the road from Satan, so down to Danbury.
I seek inspiration for musical advancement and elderly to bone.
Yes. Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Look, they don't
It's
call
not
me the executioner.
Just south of Safeton. So I guess you're walking down the road. Coming towards the village of Danbury. Now let me. So as you're you're seeking musical inspiration. You haven't found it in Safeton. How about you, Xanadu, or what is it?
Anthony.
My brother's name is Tony Anthony, so
It was either Xanthony or Xanthro.
Anthony.
There's a rapper called Xan.
So, Xanthony, and what's your name?
I
I?
am the famed prostitute cult, the
that's it.
Sexecutioner Magnum.
Colt Magnum.
Yeah.
That's right.
Cult the Sexecutioner.
Okay, sure.
I'm
I will be addressing myself.
Colt
I move around from place to place, and I just generally do. Question: can I do magic that's not a spell, as in like sparks appear or something like really minor?
Sure.
Yeah, I move around, kind of like helping the villagers out with their little superstitions by, oh, sir, my geese is gone missing, and do some like,
Oh, your sister's birthday.
You really never seen The Last Unicorn?
no.
It's a 80s cartoon, kind of in the Rankin Bass tradition. I think actually it's of the old Lord of the Rings cartoon. And so, anyways, there is it's not based on the book, and the magician there is called Schmendrick the Magician.
Yeah.
And actually, it's my favorite movie in the world, and Lily bought me the book for Christmas. So this is a book, Last Unicorn. But yeah, Peter S. Beagle. Yeah. But anyways, Schmendrick the Magician is in that, and he does just that kind of thing. He goes to various villages and whatever, tries to pull something out of his sleeve and like pulls out a flaming sword.
Yeah.
Shit
Well,
like that.
yeah, like villagers kind of like, okay, there's in The Witcher 3 when you meet one of like your old witches.
Okay.
Like these villagers, they're like, oh, my cows are snotty and they're bus is coming out of there. It is, and she's like, okay, well, what you need to do is take this magic stone and put it under your pillow. But before you do that, make sure that you clean out the entirety of the barn and put new straw in there.
It's part of the ritual, perform better health. Really.
Water from the river, not the well.
I didn't know. It's funny. What's a hedge wizard?
It's like a hedge knight, except they
It's most of referred to
it's like a vagrant kind of like underneath hedges.
like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're referring to a hedge wizard and not a bum.
They're not really like a powerful wizard, right?
Okay.
Like
No.
it's like a hobo wizard that travels around performing.
A hedge knight is like typically a knight with like no master that just
Okay.
travels around on the road and
Like a mercenary.
lived under hedges. Yeah.
I'm gonna put hedge wizard question mark as to what you are. Magnum, you're a bard. And the 2E bard rules, they were clear enough that you're able to just like be a bard without all the
I don't have magic at level 1. I gain it as I.
Okay, I'm gonna read on it. I gotta look at
But it all seemed relatively clear.
Okay.
It was only in the first one that it was convoluted, but in the second edition it seems like it's relatively
Yeah, there was actually
mostly thief fighter still.
Okay.
Level 1, that's what I have all the thief subclass stuff,
Okay.
but like it's like this is what you get as a bard,
yeah.
and then see thief subclass 4.
And your spells will be druid spells when you get them.
I didn't look at the spells
Okay.
because I was like, I'm level 1. It's not
What, you know when you get them?
level 2.
Okay. That's good. Okay, so you're a bard, and you're a sex me up bard.
But for the elderly.
But
Very niche.
It's your specialization.
Yeah.
not weapon proficiency. One of my favorite characters ever is still my character Ruprecht from Call of Duty. The vicar with a strong affinity for young boys.
Who
Dear.
stood in the wrong place at the wrong time and got lit up.
Yeah, he got fucking shotgun blast to the chest. Literally. That's what killed him.
Was it shotgun? I thought it was an SMG that he just went up into the room and like blasted everything and it just hit you. But it might have been a shotgun.
I remember it was a deep one, and it was a guy walking towards us in a cloak and hat, and I was like, "Hail, friend!" I walked out to him, and he just fucking.
Hopeful that it's not, but my friend Jamie in
The
Austria.
guy in Austria, okay.
And but he runs it using there's like simplified rule system that's because he didn't want to buy rules too much, and so he has this really simplified one.
Pretty simple system to begin with.
Yeah, but I think it's like kids on bikes doing something as the rule system.
Okay.
Yeah,
as well.
he was more interested in the story, so he's like, let's just do it.
Cultist Executioner Magnum. We have
Raven, Vidi Vici.
Raven, as in, I'm guessing Rayven.
Yeah.
Okay,
Raven.
nice.
Yes. Raven.
Raybe.
There's actually several people. This is part of who are the exact same name, spelled that exact same way. Raven, Vini Vici, Vini.
Yeah.
But it's three, in Latin. It's three. Vini, Vidi, Vici.
Yeah, Vinny. Well, I wasn't sure if you wanted the full name. Yes.
Yeah, but it's all that.
Yes, it's all that. Yeah.
Vini, Vidi.
Your character sheet's going to have 9 boxes that are.
You can just be.
I went for the
You can just put VDV.
Like my Samoan friend, who I think I threw that. Her went to Germany. Her name is, I can't even say it. Her name is literally miles long. And I remember when she said when at German customs, like they actually got angry at me because my name wouldn't fit on their form, and they got pissed off.
German thing. Though.
I know. But she said they were pissed off because my name was too long.
Sorry for being a liar.
Okay.
People have like long words for the like.
The Germans, they that kind of shit.
Nothing simple.
Okay, you are a druid,
Yes.
and what's your story? A little bit of your story, anyways.
Well, I'm from Celine.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll have to do God and whatnot
Yeah.
in the future.
So I'm out because the elders have sent me out to collect knowledge and be well versed with what's going on in the periphery.
There's a lot.
Yeah. Like 120.
And how do you look? Young?
Pretty young. That's pretty young for elf. Yeah.
Young, duly
Yeah.
not a wrinkle.
Really good skincare program going. Yeah.
There's actually there's a long history of Celine and the rest of the world, and how much. So you're the matriarch of Celine, a woman who. A female elf who runs the show there, and I think
Right up physically.
there's history of Celine's kind of retreating from the world affairs, even perhaps when it would be in their interest. They're like Britain in 19 and rather like America in 1940. Okay?
Yeah.
The world's on fire. Hey, we're good. Okay, we're just gonna stay here. Stay put. Okay.
They just
And then we
out there collecting knowledge.
okay. We have agate, blue corn.
Yeah, you're like a scout.
Let's go.
Yeah.
He's a dwarf fighter.
Yeah.
From the Lort Mills, the mountains to the west of us, and he too he's a young man, very young dwarf. He's literally out to find adventure and prove himself. He's a third son of his line, so has been passed over
Agate, son of Agate.
Exactly, passed
Son of
over
Aegon.
for kind of rulership in the Lort Mills, and he has, or so he says. He's he has gone out into the world to make his fortune and improve himself to his family. Like Xanthony, Colt, Raven, and Agate. Rock band.
Colt is KOLT. KOLT and then Magnum, like they told me.
I get it. Okay, that's good.
The baby colt.
Yeah, so
No, I didn't have it spelled with the C, so good.
no, yeah, okay, so it's legally distinct. Magnum is spelled the same.
No.
I didn't get to explore. This was one of my first characters was a bard named Colt Magnum, but I didn't come up with this executioner sideline for a long time, so I'm bringing him back.
No, you're traveling down the road. It is it's the first of reaping. Which is one of the
Root the harvest.
I think you're right.
It's very culture.
Because it is
I
like
am a man of intelligence.
it's fully like a sowing season, right? Like
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
There's Growfest.
Yeah,
mm.
yeah, the different
We went through a Grow Fest celebration in the other game
and
between Dataran and
was that the pie? Was that the
Icon.
pie contest?
we were traveling. We were traveling,
I forget.
delivering herbs and things for.
That's right. That's right. Okay, it's the first of reaping. So the recent festival is just watching the festival, but no, I haven't played this for so long. I gotta go back to my lore. Walking to Danbury, the village, seeking your various fortunes. On the road, you pass a caravan, of ore from the Pomarge, kind of a rare thing, making its way to Greyhawk City, the jewel of the Flanish.
That's the slide.
100% pure.
Yeah.
The granary of the North.
And so, it's a group of humans, and they're kind of passing. You guys are conversing or kind of talking about the road in either direction, and
Help.
the caravan, the kind of merchant, the ore merchant, he seems fairly old. In his 50s, human.
Yeah. You have none.
Deathbed. He's all palsy and whatnot.
He went to touch his car that he was moving, and the whole thing set on fire.
He does this as arms fly off. No, he has some caravan guards. He has some caravan guards with him. He's an ore merchant.
An orm.
Yeah, O-R-E, not like. It's just
That's
he's
great.
an ore merchant, and he has some rare ores from the Pomarge, which are not easily found. So he's taking them for sale in Greyhawk City. His name is Catchem.
Ash.
Yeah.
He just gives you Catchem as his name.
I'll say, what news from the road?
Well, he just passed through Danbury, and there's, people in the pub are talking about this group of rowdies, just on the southern outskirts of Danbury, who they live in a winery and apparently have captured slaves. I've heard of these group before, but I doubt they have slaves, for God's sakes. I mean, they're just a bunch of ne'er-do-wells of the X family, the Stom brothers. The Stom brothers. They're always up to no good every time I pass through these lands. Things are quiet. Aside from that, things are quiet in Danbury. It's been a nice lunchtime there. That's about all. I was just about to leave though, and as you are telling him what you have known from the road north, and that is
Not much. Quiet on the road.
There are a few less elderly
less elderly,
in the town.
Yeah.
or they have satisfied smiles on their face.
Yeah.
You would know that there are emissaries from Greyhawk City in Safeton right now for unknown discussions.
Yeah, I'll mention that.
Okay.
Good intel.
That's
Tell me, dear merchant, these Storm brothers, are they barbarians? Some sort of uncouth fighting?
they
men?
indeed. You know of them well, I assume. They are uncouth fighting men to a T.
Yeah, simply despicable.
They have been troubling the town for yonks.
Disgusting.
And these uncouth barbarians, are they
Quite young, I'm
old? What is the age of these men?
young men in their 20s.
Oh, I simply cannot abide such uncouth, bastardly men.
Of that age, indeed.
Surely maybe in 10 to 15 years they will be a little bit more acceptable.
So as you telling us about the emissaries of Greyhawk, and he's kind of interested about that. He does, as he's leaving, say, I've heard, you'll see as you enter the village, there's a young man was nailing up a wanted sign for Bruce Holloway. Bruce the Bruiser Holloway, a known brigand of these parts. Apparently he stole some prize, I don't know what. I didn't pay attention to that. I was moving along.
A young man was nailing it up, you said?
Yes.
Damn.
Unfortunate. They have no idea how to handle the sign.
Thanks, Anna.
They don't handle the
I don't know how to nail
wood correctly.
Anyway, he kind of. So Ketchum, the merchant, the ore merchant, moves on, and you find yourself arriving in the small town of Danbury with the whatever. There's some horses there. It has a nice fountain. That would be the woman of Danbury.
Oh.
I decided I'm from Greyhawk.
Okay, so you're
Big city.
Yeah. Julia Flannis.
Yeah, brought himself up, trying to be the performer and the sexual deviant that he is on the hard streets of Greyhawk. Oh, my ma, she was a delicate flower. She raised me. Yeah.
The pub is here.
Is her bald one-eye patch? Man behind the counter. Yeah, cleaning a jug. The jugs are getting thinner and thinner as he's usually shaving them off with his horse towel.
Oh, this pot's no furniture.
I know.
This is simply an empty room. I guess the proprietors are young, don't know how to run a bar properly.
I can only hope. Horsies. We call it horsies. Make some at home inside the pub while I go get some.
He's drinking.
Laying on the cold floor.
There and it's in the corner on the ground, cross my legs. As it as you said.
My good man, could you simply fetch me an ale also? I'll be ever in your debt.
Dear.
Absolutely. I'm 70.
Oh, right.
Wait.
Okay. As a human.
70?
These-
He's aged like a fine wine.
73 at a level 1 was it?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
You've done a lot with your
I'm
life.
just the
You
launches.
be
I'm
right
just
now.
a really average wizard. Like I'm a
Yeah.
middle management wizard. Yeah.
You haven't gone for any promotions.
No.
You've just
Yeah.
clocked in, clocked out.
Clocked in, clocked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Don't you know? Fly under the radar. What radar is? I don't know.
Nope, nobody knows. But the saying seems right.
It does seem
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I too have this radar that I fly under. Except for when I must be seen demonstrating my prowess.
Yeah, right. It's a gator?
Yeah. And it turns out it doesn't matter because he goes for anything. Yeah.
You're being pretty.
You'd be surprised.
Here he is. Here he is.
Old Marcus Rathbone, was it?
Sounds right.
Actually made a joke when I was running one of the last games. That unfortunately didn't have a bald one-eyed man to go behind the bar.
It's just crackling.
Yeah, fireball is ready to...
Ready to blow off at any second now.
Is there a musical group playing as someone barding?
Not yet. Barding at the moment.
He will offer his services gently bard in the corner. He plays a lute. Like an electric guitar. It's your cousin, Marvin Barry. Listen to this. It's from Back to the Future.
Yeah.
when he's
It's like, he didn't know.
yeah, playing a Chuck Berry song, and so Marvin Berry calls his cousin Chuck to listen to him play Johnny Be Good.
Mm. As we know, rock and roll is stolen from white people.
Yeah,
Exactly.
very true. White people invented everything, and we are the reason that there is so much good.
Exactly. I didn't think about that. Like, most cool stuff from America has originated from the African American. Right? At the very least, it didn't.
Yeah,
Indeed, with bio. Like us.
Cool stuff.
Okay. Right. So here you are. You're in the pickled lamb. What's the name of this pub?
The pickled lamb.
Yeah.
This is all right.
Yeah,
my
great.
nickname in hostel.
For an afternoon meal. Here
To the bar.
are the goss. Yeah, and you're playing lute in the corner.
So, how's the pickled lamb?
Oh, it's very good. Lammy.
Mm.
Lammy and briny. Great combination.
It's wet. I love a wet, salty lamb. I'll order some pickled lamb
All right.
and a couple of ales for the party.
If they're more than welcome to. They very much enjoy your playing, and so you get to eat for free. Eat for free.
So perhaps we all get to eat for free.
And what can you do, sir?
So watch this, and I'll go over, and as he's playing, I'll do like little, stuff and stuff like that.
Charge you double.
Damage.
What's the smoke there?
Working.
You're like a fog machine. Like a living fog machine. Okay.
Get into some good spirited dart games.
Ah, all right.
The locals.
And we can. So bar darting,
Yeah.
Barding, as they call it.
Barding, yeah.
looting, puff of smoke.
Looting and polluting.
Let's call you Poof. How's that?
Yeah.
Like the magazine. Development.
I seen a video of an old friend of mine who just doing something else. It's like, I love all my children. I don't care for children. We're getting shown a lot of clips of that lately. Fucking funny.
Yes. The greatest thing they've done. I just love the magazine Poof.
Bees?
Fucking right. Okay. We're looting. We're playing darts.
Yeah.
You guys still have to pay for your dinner. Okay.
Yeah, sounds bad.
Sorry.
Bring anything.
What song you playing?
The Bard song by Blind Guardian.
By who? What?
Blind Guardian's a heavy metal band. They have a song. They mostly write heavy metal songs about the Lord of the Rings and other nerd culture.
Song.
Yeah, it's a good Bard song. The Bard song, Colon in the Forest, because they also have Bard song, Colon Hobbit, I believe, which is different. Also good, but very different. They have a whole album dedicated to the Silmarillion books.
Really? Is it really hard music or?
It's power metal, so
Okay.
it's very operatic.
That's
Okay. Okay.
Does
But-
everybody say they'll listen to the album, but they didn't make it the whole way through?
yeah. I mean, that's I've read the first couple of chapters of the Silmarillion about 6 times.
A fine meal and an ale is 2 silver pieces total.
okay.
Hello. Hey, babe. What's going on?
No, it's safe.
You just go to Shop. Did you buy a sofa?
No.
No. Okay. Our goal is we're gonna redo this room.
Cool.
As soon as someone gives us $10,000, we're gonna redo the room. So, not going around.
Sweet. I'll have a lot when I get home.
Okay, good.
My grandma's.
A couple thousand euros stock or something like that. Yeah.
Just walking around with this suitcase full of money. It's my help, I don't know. What's the exchange?
Yeah. Could you pick that D20 for me? Oh, thank you.
It's not.
You did notice, as you came into town, one of the signs being put up about Bruce Holloway, and it says, so just kind of nailed this sign nailed to the side of a building. Looks like maybe it was the constable's building. It says in bold print, "Wanted alive!" Exclamation point. Bruce Bruiser Holloway. Reward for capture 1,000 gold pieces.
Oh.
Beneath the writing is an unflattering picture of Bruiser Holloway, a brutish man with an enormous handlebar mustache and a black eye patch.
Hey.
An elaborate tattoo of a green dragon coils about the left side of his face. Middle-aged.
Okay, go on.
That's all. I mean, it's a drawing, so it's kind of interpretive. Right?
Drawing doesn't have enough curves.
I'm gonna ask the barkeep what he knows about
Bruce Bruiser.
Bruce Bruce.
Bruiser Holloway. The bartender says the name is Smithy.
Schmitty.
Too many.
Bruiser Holloway. Him and his band are up and down the Wild Coast Road. Petty theft. Apparently, I've heard within last few days they've stolen something important from Safeton. Something from the Treasury, the Greyhawk Treasury.
Intriguing.
I don't know what that I don't know what that means. Maybe it's some official seal, some document, some valuable coin. I can't imagine it's just a load of money. I mean, something to do with the Greyhawk Treasury. But that's all I know.
And we heard rumor of a group of brigands holding up in a abandoned winery in Kelsey.
Oh, the Stahl brothers. Oh, the Stahl brothers are always are always up to no good. They're a bunch of knuckleheads, frankly, who have more muscle than sense. And occasionally they get to drinking and just start. Drinking leads to carousing. Carousing leads to problems. Fighting amongst themselves, amongst the townsfolk, amongst anyone they can fight with. Just bad eggs all around. They have a so-called winery out of town, but no one buys their wine. Frankly, it's shit. Just like them.
Mm. Indeed, we also heard some rumors of slaves.
Oh, who knows? Yes, I've heard that as well. They've captured some unfortunates on the road and enslaved them in their crap winery. I don't know, stomping grapes. Who knows what they're doing? Pissing in the vinegar. I got no idea.
Great.
So yeah, I don't know. He says, good riddance to him. I advise you to steer clear. Nothing good can come of that.
But does anybody want that problem taken care of?
As you say that, an old lady there in the bar. It's like, yes. Okay, that's you. So, this old lady right here.
Oh, yes.
No, actually, this lady who's at the table having some.
It's really funny.
Having a shandy and some warm bread. Like, he says,
I've been playing just looking directly at you.
Good afternoon, Fishwife.
You're actually far. You're not. This is inland a bit. We can sit.
Pig wife.
Yeah. Fishwife.
Father's wife.
Fishwife. But yeah.
Yeah. So you're just a few hours south of Safeton, so you're kind of somewhere in between this boundary and on that white dot road there.
Near the Wyvern's Run.
Yes.
Yeah.
She says, I live near that winery and I absolutely hate it. Weird howling, merciful Zorb. That's it's enough to drive a body to refuge in the temple. She says, and she's complaining because she lives nearby, and she says, sometimes the safe and militia comes to, but they do nothing about it. They never do anything about it.
Sounds like the police.
Everybody knows the city guard's practically owned by the merchants, and they won't do a thing unless someone waves money at them. So, I would be happy if you would take care of those ruffians.
Having heard this, I'll come over, hearing her very loudly.
So, perhaps that's something we could assist you with, but fortunately, all of that red bear. So if there is perhaps any compensation you might be able to.
See,
Money.
she's pretty threadbare herself. And,
She's a beautiful woman.
threadbare herself. But she does say, I'm not to offer you, young man, but save for a day of hot meals and close warm comfort in my house.
Ooh, I mean, that's actually.
That's a pretty good deal.
I don't think I could. Yeah.
We'll take it.
Around. Oh my god.
Making his way slowly forward to the table.
I think
What?
Chris Isaac's on.
Yeah. But she says, if you can take care of those ruffians, you're welcome to food and shelter in my home for as long as you need it, for any length of time.
Excellent. Thank you. Good wife.
Hazel.
So,
Hazel, good wife.
Hazel Goodwife.
Hazel, your smile shines brighter than the sun.
What? Oh. Using her napkin to wave her face. My. You elves. Elves are happy. You have
Well, presumably she told us where this place. Places.
Easy for you to find if you want to walk out of town. Nary 15, 20 minutes past the last building in town. There's a couple of little farms and small holdings, and there is this easily seen kind of series of ramshackle buildings within which the Stahl Brothers quote-unquote winery is said to exist. So easy enough to find.
Oh, I guess Phil. I mean, do we have any else down?
I
No.
don't think I need to do anything else. No.
We're not particularly positioned to do a huge amount.
Since I have 4 gold pieces and
Well, I think you get a shitload of money.
loot streams aren't free.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've got to pay for these enamel teeth that I have.
Your cologne, and your manscaping gear.
Yeah. As he's still playing, you just gently sit on the table next to where him.
So what's the plan? Just go up and knock on the door and tell them to leave.
Yeah.
Oh, Blue Corn's into following you guys too, just so you know.
Listen here.
Oh, you
Go to this video.
I mean, you can just exit the town and go south, and you'll be at this set of buildings in just a few moments. Or
Just scope it up and see what's.
I think it's scoping.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Let's excuse me.
I'll gently kiss her hand and say, "Wait a minute."
Oh my, she is quite taken aback. As I think all
As they all are.
as players and characters alike are all quite
cop, and he used to be on Police 107 a bit, and he was arresting someone for like drunken disorderly or something, and they were filming him, and they're like, "So where is the suspect that you're arresting?" He's like, the suspect's taking a piss in the bush.
Oh,
It's just cool. Good work, man. You really left a good impression on the
Yeah.
public.
I saw this I saw this one police incident thing. I'm surprised they aired it because I mean it wasn't like super bad, but it was pretty like things like not great police work where they
Oh no, that can't be good.
they were going to, it was like a young cop, and they had a call of like a disturbance at a property, and they turn up to the wrong property, and then knock on the door, and there's like 3 people in there smoking a joint.
That's really funny.
And instead of just being like, okay, you shouldn't do that, it's illegal, and like leaving, arrest the guy, process it, and like search him and everything. I think it was a young cop being like, I need to do something. Right? Like, I can't
deal
Yeah.
with being mistaken.
But it just seemed like really like strangely petty. Yeah, if you get what I mean? Like, I'm surprised they decided to air it. And you watch it, you're like, it's fairly like,
Do we need to do this?
but just literally just stuck your joint in their own house, and then you knocked on the wrong door.
Yeah.
But
The cops, in a much more horrible way, the cops did that recently where they shot a guy, a policewoman returned home to the wrong apartment.
is this
And
you
then,
or-
no, it's American. And she,
I know that, yeah.
yeah, she
Yeah.
she thought someone had broken in because
Yeah.
the door was slightly open. So she went into the house and killed the guy. And it was his house.
Yep.
And she just was like, whoa, look at the number on the door or something.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So you're approaching here the winery, so to speak, and there's a kind of broken down blacksmithing shop there, not shop, but set up. Obviously a burned out building. You kind of see all around the area are vineyards, but all the vines are bare and brown and dead. They kind of once heavy with red grapes, you might imagine, but now they kind of like light twisted with dust. There's this building here, which is wooden structure, peaked wooden roofs, just a few windows, boarded over. You can, as you approach, you can hear kind of, let's say, drunken laughter and talk and yelling coming from this building. But as you approach, too, a bunch of dogs come out. Now, just gonna put them in the sun.
Not a dog. The dog.
Lizards, but
Yeah. Death by rabies.
yeah.
I have an ability that if I'm doing a performance and I spend all of my time performing, I can lock people into a paralysis if they fail their save, and they get a -1 if I continue the song. Or alternatively, I can perform to give you guys buffs for your
Okay.
rolls, but again, I can't do anything else. And if I get attacked, I could be interrupted and lose the performance, meaning it's all for nothing.
So, Millie?
I hope so, because I'm pretty sure he went, they're gonna die if there's not a man with a weapon in the front.
We'll use this little encounter as a way to learn combat
It sounds
in first edition, right? So these 3 dogs kind of come out. Get there.
It's just that.
He was there.
There's just some. This is a winery, right? So
Yeah.
there's some barrels around.
Oh,
wow.
That really adds to it right there.
Ambiance.
Exactly.
Very cool.
Well, we'll want to buy some wine.
These dogs are howling. That's not a dog. That's what the dog's doing.
time off.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
That's not a dog.
yeah.
You're
So they're howling and growling.
in the head.
Um,
I can't look here anymore.
Yep. So those dogs come out growling and are looking, eyeing you hungrily. What do you want to do?
Is there a stick nearby?
Yeah, sure. Let's look
Yeah.
down. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how I can look.
So
I want to pick up the stick and be like, throw it in the other direction.
These,
Throw it over here.
yeah, they shake their head.
No,
These dogs are growling. Yes.
I'm gonna go for it with these dogs. I'd like to use my sling.
Okay. All right.
Dogs.
Okay. The dogs.
throw a stone at
Right. Okay. So let's take this slowly because this is gonna take me some time too. Right. Let's roll for initiative.
What are we doing?
Oh, it's a group. It's group. It's sorry.
Okay.
1d6 group initiative. So Sam roll a d6.
D6.
I mean, just one of you rolls.
Oh,
Oh, got it. Oh.
would be wrong.
1.
I got a 4. Okay, the dogs go first. So you. Well, what happens? The dogs charge, right? The dogs charge, and so if you look on your handy cheat sheet there about how to play. So right now they are whatever some feet away from you. What they're gonna do is they're gonna they can use combat, close up striking distance, blah blah, charging. So they can choose to close the striking distance. Their movement rate is 15 and faster than you guys. 1. So they're going to charge at you. What that does, that allows them to move and make an attack. Because if at the end of their movement rate they're within 5 feet of you, they can attack. However, you're going to get an advantage on them. I believe at the end of a charge they have no dexterity.
Why am I slaying into combat against the dwarf and hit him? I should have brought my sword out. God damn it.
Let me
How many HP do you have?
6.
How much do you have?
8?
How do you Yo, you'll live forever.
Yeah, 8.
Is it cold? Yeah, you're ready to. What's your hit die for bards?
6.
It's 6? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. For cleric, I swear it's a D8. Got that?
Or Druid?
Druid, yeah, well, she said druid.
Yeah, druid.
So-
Same thing.
Oh, but you've also got a con modifier too, right? Like you should have extra points from because your con's 18, wasn't it?
17?
17.
Ah, okay. No, so okay.
Let's see. Druid's cleric. You're right. Let's check out that. So, the druid. You have a. Class of priest and law.
This is the sound I'm somehow producing with my loot.
Sure, to be late. Okay, sorry. D8. Okay. And a con modifier. Did you check that out?
16 is nothing.
17.
Oh, 14 is nothing. I never looked higher because
17. No, you have a hit point adjustment. You have plus 2 hit point adjustment.
damn, 0, 10.
That's 17 con.
Oh, okay.
No,
I took that off.
I'm blind. Lighten.
Sorcerer you with my druid wily way.
You see this? This is berries. I'm a first level druid. Don't make me eat berries.
Yeah.
They might have them charged. That might only be for people who have charging weapons. Charging actually means party to combat on the charge round. Armor class for charging creatures. No dex bonus for charging creatures. Let's see. You can set your weapons against possible charge if you want to.
Like spears and
yeah,
poles
yeah.
and stuff, yeah.
Some weapons that are bracing as piercing weapons as spears, spike polearms, forked glaives, etc. Do you have that kind of stuff?
The darts.
Glaive.
You can set your dart on the ground like this. just sit around your forehead.
I got a bully the most slashing of swords. No spear.
You know, I don't know. Or, yeah, they're gonna charge, so they get no dex bonus. Right. So those guys are charging at you. They're each gonna attack, and your AC, Mr. Bart, what's your AC?
6.
Okay.
Because I'm going down. It was 8, but I've got
Yeah,
a dex
you got
bonus,
it.
so 6.
So,
So what do you have to roll to hit me?
12. Makes total sense. this climate is here. They are on one. This is their where they roll on, and so they're going across.
Do they have to roll a 12 or lower?
No, 12 or better.
12 or better
Yeah.
to get. Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
There's a different way you can do it called THACO, hit armor class 0. And so you each have a THACO, meaning like hit armor class 0 is probably 20. And so if you're going against someone who has armor class 10, and your THACO is 20, hit them, you get a roll of 10. It's exhausting.
That is equal.
It brings it down. Yeah, equal.
Yeah.
So let's say your THACO is 18.
Mm-hmm.
And that means you need an 18 to hit an armor class 0.
Right.
If someone has an armor class 10, which is 10 worse than 0,
So you need a 10.
you would need an, no.
I'm sorry, you need an 8.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So if you know your THACO, you can quickly combat.
Mm-hmm.
It's the descending armor class was, they changed that second edition. Extending them. Anyways, 12. 14. So you get bit by a dog.
Weird.
Yeah.
You take 3 hit points of damage.
That's half your health.
Okay, that's enough. Okay.
Let's do this. I forgot to say. You each have a potion of healing.
Sure.
Right? I to my other players do that too.
Potion.
Yes. And one on you, Agate Blue Core. What's his AC? He's got abandonment, so there's 4 and
So they need a
14.
14.
Yeah. And they missed. And that dog on you, what's your AC? Then?
10. Oh, my AC is 8. Sorry.
Okay, that's right.
Hit points. 8.
And they hit you with an 18.
Oh, yeah.
No. Those and they do 3 points of damage. So right now we're in melee. At least you guys are all in melee combat with these dogs. You can in melee you can do things like this attack. You can in first edition you can run away. That
I was reading a thing though. It's like if you choose to run away, they still get an attack of opportunity.
yeah.
Which is
And these guys they're faster than you. You can pick them.
Yeah.
They're gonna run you for away. It's Agate Blue Card's attack. He's gonna swing his battle axe at that fucker right in front of him. So
13.
yep, you got it. The modifiers? No, he missed with an 11. Also the hit. No, it isn't 12. Nope. Let me see. Let me. No. No. Let's hit. He actually does hit just.
Yeah.
Another thing I didn't talk about just yet, but we can certainly change characters if we want to do is there is in second edition double proficiency slots. And so, your character class has a certain number of weapon proficiency slots. Maybe it's 3 or whatever. You can double use 2 slots for 1 weapon.
Okay.
And that gives you gives you, depending on the weapon type, an extra plus to hit and damage.
Okay.
If you want to do that. And I didn't want to get super complicated, but if you've because that's what he adds. That's why he's able to hit. he used. So he actually, in the first level fighter, he has 4 weapon proficiencies. He used 2 of them on a battle axe. 1 on a crossbow and 1 on a club. That's his 4 proficiencies.
And where do we find that weapon?
Exactly. That in here.
Because
If you want, so I mean,
if I've got food, I probably don't need to use a sling.
yeah, and I realize we're just learning this stuff here, so it's totally.
Because I think
Yeah. So specialization is just an extra. It says, cost of specialization obtained by an extra weapon for just slap your thing. You get a +1 bonus to all attack rolls with the weapon and +2 to damage rolls with the weapon you're specialized in. For bows and crossbows, it's slightly different. You get like some extra range and what. But there's this double proficiencies in a weapon, and that's what he has. That's why he's able to hit just barely. Because he actually rolled an 11 +1 for strength, +1 for double proficiency.
oh, it's only for fighters.
Weapon specialization only for fighters?
Weapon specialization is an optional rule that enables a fighter brackets only to choose a single weapon and specialize in its use.
Okay.
Can I simplify it?
Yeah. Battle axe 1 to 8 damage on that, and he did 4 on the die, 5, 6, 7 points of damage on that dog. Not quite killing it, but almost. Yes.
The dog has more hit points than you.
Yeah.
Almost double you.
Yeah.
That was Agate Bluecorn's turn. Go ahead, Bard.
So because I've got a creature right up my ass, do I change weapons to the scimitar and try and use that? Does that provoke an attack of opportunity?
No.
Because
You can drop it and draw.
yeah, so I'll do that, and I guess take a swing with the scimitar at the dog attacking me.
Okay. Its AC is 7, and what's your class? Your Bard.
I'm a bard.
I'm saying.
I've got my adjusted to hit armor class numbers here. If that.
No, these guys don't. They're not wearing armor, and so that's only for armor types, like a leather armor versus plate mail armor or whatever.
So I'm rolling a flat d20.
Yeah, and your target is 13.
Okay. It says on my strength score it's got none.
What
No,
did you
no,
call?
15.
No, you probably not enough.
Yeah, no, it's nothing. Okay. Nope.
No. Okay. How many points on Celine? Raven.
Raven, yeah. I'm gonna try and hit it with my staff.
Okay.
With that, I was just trying to look up on the players the damage type, like what the
It's an
start
eight
to
creature.
hit.
14 is your target to hit him. If
Yeah.
you want to know your damage.
I guess I have to try and hit first. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But I can tell you your damage.
Yeah, just the damage just to know.
It'll be 1 to 6.
Okay. Okay, cool. So and you roll a d6.
No,
to try and...
D20.
Oh, it is a d20. It's normal.
I love this. This is where you read the PC character monsters may break off combat, compare to 5e disengage, and then completely do the opposite of what disengage is in 5e. Yes, because you get allows the opponent a free attack routine at +4 to hit,
Yeah.
and negating shield and dex bonuses to AC. It's like the complete opposite of
Yeah. Basically just running.
disengage.
Turn and run.
Yeah.
It's 15 on the die. Okay, cool.
Kill it.
And then so
It's
this way.
The beat.
Who? It made a dent in the head. It whined.
Wizard.
Yeah. Magic missile. Dog. Are they all injured or just?
No, just those two. My one's full health.
Yeah.
Nearly hit.
The one in front of Bluecorn.
I'm going to magic missile that one. So I don't think I have to roll anything. So 1d6 above.
Just, I mean,
You just shoot one ball at the circle, is it?
Yeah. And then I get 2, that'll be 6. It's like 3, 2, so 2 extra.
It's really good.
just quickly look at magic missile. Maybe
That.
one of our magic, yeah. Each does 2 to 5 hit points of damage. The ranger has a, yeah, okay, yeah.
So the 1d6 plus 1? Because like
Well, 1d4 plus 1.
1d.
2 to 5.
It's just worse than 5e.
And you
Let's see
get to
one.
do 1. 4. Plus 1 is 5.
Okay, this dog
Great.
bursts into flames. Your magic missile explodes in it.
Glad I was able to kill a dog with my magic.
Is that your only spell?
He's not too.
Magic missile, shield, detect magic, and sleep.
And so you can cast each of them once, is it? Or is it you just choose one of the ones that you want to get?
No, how many spell slots do you have? You
I
have,
have 6 in total.
by first level spell slots, you have
3.
3, so you can, cast,
Okay.
you know, you can, whatever. Well,
You could fire 3 more.
you
2 more.
you should have, you should indicate what spells you currently have memorized. One being magic missile, what are the other 2?
Oh, right, okay.
That's your spell book.
Probably shield and sleep, I'd say.
Shield and sleep. Remember that.
You put another dog to sleep. Yeah.
I have a
You sleep.
30% resistance to sleep.
Yeah. No,
Okay, as
As a half elf.
Okay. Right. That's your guys' turn. Docking on. So now it's oh, you know what? Wait a second. What did you roll to hit? Were you far off?
Yeah, well, I roll a 3.
Okay, because they charged at you, so they had lower armor.
Yeah.
Only one. Okay. And you hit anyways, and I hit, and you did your magic. Okay. So now it's initiative every now. So
All right.
it's a roll.
I rolled.
Beat a 3.
2.
Die.
Okay. Dog attack on our half elven bard.
Named
Colt with a K.
the Sexecutioner.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Must be known before I die.
They rolled a 1. The dog actually in 1 he does not official critical hit, critical miss tables, but we'll say the dog lunged at you and is smashed in the dirt here. So I'm gonna make their movement rate half for next turn. You can run one on the dot. One on you there, Radiant. A 1 on the die. Jeez. Again, smashed in the dirt. That's them. And so go, Mr. Bard, this executioner.
Oh yeah.
So does it being on the ground change anything for me, or is it just the same sort of?
I like what a prone is, but we're going to take off 1 armor clock on him, so his AC is 8, which gives you 1 better chance than he had last time.
I rolled an 11, so I think that's still a miss. Because 12 is 8.
Yes, you need a 12. You got no bonuses?
No. Hit adjustment, none. Damage adjustment, none. Sorry, normal, none.
But you sweet voice.
I'll write a song about this if I live. Yeah.
Maybe in your
Who?
Some jump.
Yeah. Yeah, we jumped in at the black door. God damn.
you need a 12 to hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I hit anything. No, it's not a. Is it like a hit point adjuster? The modifier? What modifier? No.
Okay.
Nothing. I
Okay.
miss it. Yes.
I got blue cards come around the corner, and he is going to smash that dog that is prone at your fist.
Nasty.
With a battle axe. If I can
Yeah.
find his character sheet. Okay. So his hit will be +2.
She to people had a ball because she really want to skip town. Get back Gruffy, back Scruffy, get back flea infested Mongrel.
Agate Bluthorn doesn't do any damage, so he swings his axe and
That's
just
the pull the door.
Yeah.
misses the dog. That's up to you, wizard.
All right, kill them all.
I don't want to use my spells. I only got 2 more spell slots.
You eat a 13 or better, hit him with your staff. He's rolling around, he's getting out.
I'm gonna tell myself, hey man, no getting free.
That vengeance. Okay.
Any modifier? Nope.
Well, I do have. I mean, because the things say +1 or whatever. So.
Dog's turn.
These dogs.
These dogs leap up and leaving. You can do a free attack on them if you want when they leap up and run.
I absolutely want to miss again.
So no dex bonus for
I
them.
miss.
Okay. So their AC is 8.
15.
That's a hit. I'm sure, because
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
1.
Druid's more
Okay, that guy now has that. I mean,
painful.
that guy.
What?
The one who was attacking you has no damage on him at all, I think, right? Agate Bluthorn is going to swipe his battle axe at that dog. Goes it run?
Had 3 shots.
15. That's going to hit.
Druid set on the ground and then ran away. Yeah.
And his damage is D8. With his battle axe. No, only 4 plus 3, 7. So that is one is still alive. But that.
Fear not, companions, I've slayed the beast. We are safe once more.
So this dog is, and Agate gets one mighty cleave into him and almost takes the back of the dog off, but the dog is now loping.
Relax, Agatha. I've allowed this one to live.
To tell its others. Give the message.
You see, I simply chose to not hit the beast so that I figured I'm a better person.
The dog, two vicious dogs lie dead at your feet. A third has run back and off into the trees behind that ruined building. Yeah, so they're dead.
Tell your master we are here to purchase wine.
Yes.
And now what noise that was coming from that house is now quiet.
How does a potion of healing work?
I want to say, I don't know.
ND8. Oh, crazy. And I get temporary hit points? That lasts permanently?
Yeah, temporary points of life. Strangely, yeah.
Very restoration.
Okay.
Perfect. Your fourth arm.
If I do anything, an entire potion must be consumed in a single drinking round. 2d4 plus 2.
Oh, one of the dice you gave Sam. There.
They're not in here. They are my. They're a
These are cool.
like a reddy, purpley, a bit almost like a combo of the two of them, like the darker red with a
The
purpley.
hue? Cool.
Mm.
Your pink dice. Look cool.
I think
They're my
Your gay ones.
no, they're
Party
my,
dice.
my carry and my bag, so they're my emergency dice.
Nice. Oh, but it's why the
Okay,
pink.
so-
Didn't break down the bus stop.
Yeah.
Instead of people asking if there's a doctor on
Yeah,
board.
exactly.
Does anyone have dice?
Is anyone,
It's funny.
is anyone going to play really quickly? Oh, me, you can do it.
I think they're these ones.
Yeah. A little dark.
Those ones.
Maybe those ones, I
Yeah.
think, because they're definitely more pinky.
Well, I-
Red like a, they've got like a pinky, purpley. They're darker,
Fuchsia.
but you're probably shining light into them in that picture, right? Yeah. Yeah. So
Cool.
Diamonds.
Yeah, I can see your photos. You know, they're all staged. Not real dice, real. It's just done like.
Yeah, no, I do. I picked the most flattering angle
Yeah.
and set up and
like it's a dating app.
You got
We
it.
did it.
You can bench 125, and I'm in medical school.
It's you with you holding the dice like this, like it's a fish. It's the camera that'll make it look better, yeah.
Okay, so you drink a potion of healing.
And I am at full health again.
Healthy 6 hit points.
I rolled my full hit points on the dice and more.
One scintily away from death. Is no one else going to do that? No, you're okay.
No one else got hit, right?
I'm at 7 hit points. That's what I think
Get one spell slot.
No.
I'll allow.
Right.
I got hurt, but I get one promise I can make.
So yes, the room, the building ahead, which you see kind of a broken down, disused wine press in front of it, like a big barrel with a kind of thing you screw down to compress grapes in front of it. That's what he said. They'll act as our wine press.
Does it look like it's been in use?
No, it does not.
They're making their allow prison wine.
Yeah.
Which I've seen a guy do, and it seems like it's incredibly easy to make it.
He was trying to ferment stuff, right?
Yeah, because you put sugar and crushed up fruit in it.
Do they do it in the toilet or in the cistern above
I
the...
think it's in the system, like the idea that they're using hand washing stuff to put water in it,
Yeah.
and then hiding it in the toilet.
Yeah, right.
Because
This is a great conversation, so decide pretty much what you want to do.
we're here buying.
Yeah, it's like, hello, we're here to buy wine. Your dog's
Right,
attacked.
yes, your dog attacked us,
Such a big
jeez.
leader.
Yes.
Anyway.
Is this how you greet strangers? Yeah.
How have killed your dogs? Can
Yeah.
you sell us some wine?
Yes.
We're known as the Dog Slayers. Embedded it to my symbol. Dog Slayer. Alex, you'll come in. You'll know that I'm playing murderer of dogs and sex heaver.
Sex dealer. Okay. Were you yelling out, or you're approaching the building, or okay, go ahead and move yourselves, or however you want to do this.
Yeah, let's not get...
Yeah, not too close, but
I'll be like, hello. We're here to buy wine.
I'm a minstrel and I simply must play a song for you. Sell us wine, good man.
Yeah.
And I play to let the dogs out on loop.
Yeah. So, oh, my purse is so heavy. I need to offload some coin, perhaps by buying wine at a premium price.
Just hear calloused from carrying coin.
Piss off!
Simply saw on the sign that you were open.
It says on the sign you're open.
Very handsome, you see. And I would like to purchase wine from you.
potential customers.
They can say pretentious customers.
Just
The door kicked open, or whatever, kicks back in there. Yeah, kicked open. This guy steps out and he says, "I said be off. Piss off. We're not open today.
Do you know?
We're closed for remodeling."
I've heard tale of your beautiful wines.
who are you?
I slipped my way here.
How much coin do you have?
Can I? Can I do
Much.
magical things? It's like I have like a big old pit, so I can...
You got a bag full of rocks. Yeah, you press the digitate. Take a bag of rocks. I'm putting it on my loop at the top of the string.
Is there a prestidigitate spell?
Or just like
Second level.
Yes.
okay, yeah. It's like a really, really, really minor magical thing. Like not you know what I'm
I think we'll do this. I think if you do, we should do knowledge proficiencies, and I think we should take something. There must be like a sleight of hand or trickery one that would make you take. Okay? But we'll find it later. So yes, you may clink, clink, clink your bag. Okay.
You know percentage roll for kissing.
He does
It's very high.
step out towards his wine press here and
Are you
says,
the brother Strong?
I, Claudius.
Claudius Strong. A strong name.
I'm not Claudius. This is Claudius. And Claudius comes out.
Oh, he seems to be holding wine.
Same day.
So I used to, when my brother used to bring home girlfriends, me and my other brother would say that we look different. So I was like, we've all got the same mum, different dad. And I genuinely don't think my oldest brother's partner realizes that we've been lying this time. He's been saying it for like 20 years.
These guys both have long swords in their hand, and they don't look happy you're here.
Are they identical?
The guys?
Mm.
No, they look slightly different because they're two different people.
They're like twins. Like, you know how twins sometimes look the same?
Yes.
Because we were told we were coming here for brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they look like they're brothers. They look they could be brothers. Yeah.
And he said I Claudius.
Yes.
Meaning
No, he said
I
no. He
as
said
in
oi,
oi.
Yeah.
Claudius.
So open the mouth more. You stumble over your words
You
like a
said a lot of it, don't you? Claudius comes in, so that's Claudius who's coming out the door.
Yeah, I just realized what you said. I do say that a lot.
Um.
Do you have a grandmother here?
Oh, for God's sake. I'm rolling again. Like, oh.
Nay, be off with you.
Great.
So,
It died anymore.
Except you, slender one in the back.
Yes, he is very handsome.
with your
I'm going to be stooped over.
with your coin purse there. Why don't you leave that, and the rest of you can fuck off.
Well, at first we must decide on goodbye and the price. But these are my companions in my of my caravan.
Is that Fido in the back?
Who?
Spike! What do you do to our dogs?
So, these dogs? We bought these with
These are my dead dogs. I brought them from home.
What we do, I'll yell. Like, they attacked
The
us.
dogs attacked us. Well, we were just
Dogs
trying
must be
to...
chained up, safe from the public.
And this is a menacing breed.
Yeah.
Get confused and like, Claudius just starts running towards you guys. Need to roll for discipline.
Nope.
Oh, sorry.
You're getting a D6 for it.
D6.
You better roll high.
Yeah, you beat him. Hopkins.
How about us being
I do this like I can do anything, but yeah.
Long swords.
It's gonna feel.
So let's see. They're gonna charge too. They're gonna charge. Because they look crazy and drunk, and I wouldn't always charge at this.
Yeah.
I mean, so again, the 5-year rules are you can advance.
1-8, you mean?
Yes, every one of your rules. Exactly. You
I
can.
thought you were doing a comparison.
In terms of move, you can close the striking distance. Yeah, so you can move your movement rate. I can't remember this. If you can get up to the comical striking distance, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, no, if you if the opponent is more than 10 feet away, you have to use your turn to approach them to get in within striking distance with melee combat. But they're going to charge. And I'm just going to roll. I'll get through across the board there. They are charging.
Both of them at me.
Yes, but that's ridiculous. So I went 1, 2, 3. You know.
Yeah.
I rolled 2 1s. So it's like
This man in particular. Fuck you.
anyway.
You want my email?
After we kill you, I'm going to have sex with an old woman.
Yeah, was the grandma comment about the old lady, or just it's the?
I
Oh,
didn't make the grandma.
That's great.
You know what it's about.
yes. I thought it was
It's about knocking boots.
it was like something to do with you know, the name Claudius and some kind of like not what's the play, the fucking the Greek play where the son and the mother Oedipus Rex. That's right.
Pastor's the mother's name.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, we did that. We did that.
And of course the porn version, Oedipus Rex. Yes.
It's actually like a pretty cool story in the sense that they wrote it in
Several thousand years ago. And it was interesting. We read Oedipus Rex in high school. That anyways, I thought you referred to that as the Claudius thing. I was like,
It's not that clever.
I was just like, what did this thing?
So nuanced.
What's this? Anyway,
Simply a joke about having sex with all.
I'm a simpler man. I'm a
Yeah.
simpler man. Right.
Yeah.
What's your AC?
Six.
Okay. 14.
Hit points.
Oh my god, they rolled a 15 so they hit you. And yeah, okay. And it's they have long swords, right? I want to say long swords are D8. I don't have it off the top of my head here.
They are in 5.
Yeah, they are in this game too. So just and snaps at you and it comes down for 5 points of damage.
I'm very close to dead. Ow, my bones!
And the other one on Agate Bluecorn, please. Roll an 8.
Please have
minutes.
I have so much more to do with my time. I'm only 45.
Okay, your turn. You're up. You guys are in the melee dance of death right now.
I'm gonna try and hit him with my scimitar.
All right.
Nope. Unless their AC is worse than the dogs.
Yes, it is right now. Let me see.
8. I rolled.
Oh no, that's not gonna do it. Their AC is 8. I forget what are you? You're a first level bard. Then.
Yeah, I'm a bard. I can't do shit.
You need a 12 or better.
What I should be doing is trying to help with performance. But I because it's in both times we've fought, it's been me that's been in the target line. I can't exactly stand at the back and play a song and do the thing.
But it should be that.
Yeah,
It should be that.
it should be further back in the line.
You can, Agate can cover your track if you want to turn it and run, so to speak. He can block your on your next turn. He can block your escape.
I mean, he might just straight up kill one of these guys and draw the ire of the other one.
And it's his turn, so he'll try to do so. With his 14, that's gonna hit because he's a physical fighter. So he's gonna hit
Scimitar is an uncivilized weapon.
He's gonna hit with his battle axe. Battle axe, slashing out die, doing. I think that might do it. 4 on the die, plus plus 3 all up. So 7 points of damage. That he kills this one.
Oh yeah.
So
Killing you.
battle axe
Go.
slices that guy in pieces.
All the way, loot out.
You're up.
Okay. Well, I was.
So the way I'm kind of like, just so you know, it's group initiative, and just kind of the turn order is just what kind of makes sense on the table.
Yeah.
And that's why, and
That makes sense.
that's what I'm doing. And since you're in the back, not in melee, so to speak, I'm making you last.
I'd like to try and throw my dart at this guy.
You're in melee.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, then I will hit with my staff.
Okay.
Okay.
Break his neck.
Concussion.
That's not good.
Not gonna
We
do
simply
it.
must do better.
Yeah.
Good.
Alright.
Science, please.
You know what? There's only one for it.
Deal.
Run away.
Again.
But you had that and shield and sleep
And sleep. But
memorize.
yeah.
Can you only cast magic missile once and
Yeah.
then the other two are
You're right. I'll do Wizard's Brick.
So what?
Wizard's Brick. I'll pick up a brick from this building.
Great. Okay. You're,
It's that.
you are throwing a missile weapon into melee.
On second thought, no.
Am I in the risk? Would it hit me?
Yes. So
I, it would be very funny.
straight into the back.
It's down.
Because melee is constant movement of people kind of back and forth.
Yeah.
You fire into melee. You are simply it's just a percentage of what you hit. So it's 4 same-sized creatures essentially.
Yeah.
25. I would roll to see which one you're actually gonna
Yeah.
hit when you make the hit roll.
I'll do sleep.
Okay. And
Sleep. I don't know.
yeah.
They make you.
Yeah.
It's a bad spell.
Yeah.
Because then we
I just want to see your brain.
hit him in different life savers.
Wait. Okay.
I do really love
That's the
it.
spell. He or she will become comatose. The range is 30 feet plus 1 per level, so 40 feet. You're fine there. Duration is 5 rounds per level. All creatures must be to be affected by the spell must be within 3 foot, 30 foot diameter circle. Yes. Number of creatures to be affected is function of their life at lower levels. Yes. Okay. So this level of creature, you can affect 2d8 of them by the sleep spell. So,
What?
so it's up to you fall asleep. I mean, if there were more than that, you could have done that, and they would have. Yep. So you cast your sleep spell. It requires, which it's casting time. Just a single summon casting time. That's good.
I can sleep.
Yeah.
So
Good night.
good night, baby.
Yeah.
That guy
Nice.
crumples to the ground asleep.
Excellent.
Right.
Let's kill him.
Well, it only lasts 5 rounds, right?
Kill him.
It will last 5.
So we all stand over him. 3, 2, 1.
I don't trust myself to be. I'm simply a man of music.
I can't remember the rules for kind of coup de grace killing like this, but I'm pretty sure. We're gonna get it easy.
Interrogate him. I mean,
We could hang him up and take him to jail, right? Is
if
he want it? Yeah.
Are these?
Yeah.
Are these? No, these aren't the guys that were. These is the Bruce
No.
Bang Bong. That was the,
Yeah, the guys keep up Granny.
we could take him back to Green.
Hazel.
Yeah.
Do what you want.
Yeah. But she probably had something nasty that I would have underestimated.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I want to see that eventuate. Yeah.
What do you want to do?
We should tie them up. Tie them up.
Deal with the moral dilemma. Really, who's tied up. You just kill one of us. Like,
We could just kill them right now. Do we need them alive for anything? I'm asking out loud.
stupid. Like them.
Yeah.
You'd probably be happy with them dead.
I believe so.
We'll kill them.
Oh,
In good line party. Yeah.
Say that we killed them in a fair fight.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, they did release dogs on us.
yeah.
I don't think the dogs are tied up, but it's unrelated.
I will say. So, what is your alignment?
I am good aligned.
Neutral good or lawful good? What did you
Neutral
choose?
good.
Neutral good. Okay.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, multiple transgressions. Your deity might not favor you with spells. Just. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
This would
Are
count.
you all neutral good?
I'd say so.
I'm chaotic neutral. Because that's one of the alignments they wanted me to. I had to have neutral in there, and I didn't want to be good.
Okay, you're chaotic neutral. Okay.
I'm good, but kind of.
I'm also not going to play it as the cliche chaotic neutral where Robin from the party and all that kind of shit.
Okay.
I just figured it's either
Looks
that.
good.
Well, chaotic neutral, but it does me no favors to make my party mad at me.
Yeah.
So if I'm looking out for myself as a whole over the course of everything else, I want to do this. Like I'm not playing it like I'm out for myself. Maybe neutral rather than chaotic neutral, just true neutral.
Neutral works.
Yeah, because I'm I was like, the bard list that I was reading was influencing like neutral has to be in there, but it
Yeah.
like one of the first ones they show is chaotic,
Yeah.
and so I was like, I guess I could do that. But then the idea of other people that I've played with that are chaotic neutral that played as absolute douchebags, and I want my character not be likable because of his personal tastes, not because of his actions.
Yeah. So I'd say neutral is a better one.
Yeah.
Neutral good for you. Is that what you're leaning towards? Okay, that's fine.
With deities, and with elven, fine, and like, what about here, where these are clearly not very good,
Yes, not very good one.
and
But do they deserve to be summarily executed?
Yes.
That's
no brainer.
The only real power in this world.
I guess as a neutral good, I think elven kind of would want to know how much. If I knew how much damage they had done and inflicted on the town, if they were, then I would.
I would say.
Yeah, like, do we have intel that they?
Well, yeah. I would say that as a neutral character, again, I'm never going to tell you what you must do, but there are repercussions. I would say for neutral person, you're kind of like.
Yeah.
I would say for neutral good people, you're kind of like probably shouldn't summarily execute them. But that is ultimate for you to do. Up for you to decide.
I mean, personally, all we've heard is that they're bad guys that are possibly slavers who are keeping mongrel dogs on their yard that they're not feeding because they're obviously starving. The line that they're keeping slaves makes me think, probably not.
Well,
Best
so
to
they-
let them live.
They just tried to commit.
Just try to
What
kill us. Yes. Yeah.
All we wanted to do was buy wine.
Yeah.
So
In this case, I'd probably be like, probably not greatest thing to kill them, but I think he's gonna
or
try
we
to
could just
do
time
that.
off and do it.
Would you be opposed to that?
I don't care.
It's just,
It's all the same.
Yeah.
If you guys are fine carrying him, that's fine.
well,
I'm up.
you've seen me. Actually, no, I have a strength of
Some
CDs.
strength.
Exactly.
Strength.
Fucking yo.
He was like shaky hand pulling the brick up there.
Like silver oil from
What's it?
I imagine that the brick that you picked up was like 40 kilos. And your ropes come down and your arms are just like braided ropes of muscle.
Okay, so I'm not going to say do you have any rope, but I assume things have rope, and eventually we'll have to like list out what you have to have. Okay, so you can tie him up. We'll say that.
I'll slap him away.
Something
Say,
Mitch can mouth enraged.
so let me put my hand over the top.
Look for her.
I'll just whack his head a little.
I'll say, is there anybody else in the house?
If you.
Whack him.
I'll kill you.
Yeah. Think very carefully how you
That's what
answer.
he does.
You don't want to be whacked.
Put the butterford quarter stuff into his mouth and he's like,
Yeah. Get a hang.
He's looking around. He sees his dead brother next to him. Oh, he's like,
I'll say, you did that. I'll say, you did that. Yes. You drew your sword first.
you have to moustache.
he starts sobbing. He starts sobbing this guy. Okay.
So, okay. Look, you're not dead. You,
Why don't you come out to attack us?
yeah.
The dog slayers strike again.
He's, I'll give you everything if you just go. Leave me.
I'll say, we're the slaves.
He's like, slaves?
Stay down with me.
Beat the shit out of him. No.
Don't lie to me, you son of a bitch.
So he's like, he's such those slaves. He's like, what are you talking about, slaves?
It's like, who else is in there?
comedy. One is supposed to be a serious, old school grognard game. No laughing, having fun. Consult tables and roll dice.
Maybe the slaves are in this man's pockets. I'll check.
Oh.
I'm gonna loot the dead body in front of the guy.
Sure. He has 10 copper pieces in his
Yo, 3 copper pieces each.
Enough to buy a chicken egg or something?
And the dwarf gets 1.
Sure, fair enough.
Because he's little.
He only needs a little bit of the money. He's worth 70%.
So Claudius sees you going through Tiberius's pockets. Says, "If you let me go, you can have more. You can have more.
Yeah.
I promise."
So we'll let you go. We'll let you go.
Okay, great.
Hell.
Tell me so.
Tell us where the goods are before we let you go. Because if we let you go, you could simply do some sort of nasty man business and attack us once more. Your brother's already damaged this fine body of mine. And where are your slaves?
We don't. I've never. So I don't know what you mean by slaves. Occasionally, there's no.
Indentured laborers?
Children that you forced to mine.
You have to go to the Pomars for slaves. You should know that. He says.
I'm sorry, I simply believed a poster out on the town. And I...
I'm a victim of hearsay.
This is not
circumstance.
there's no slaves here. You have to go to the Pomar for that. You know that. But
Where are the peasants you've indentured?
we're not here. And you can see, this is a really decrepit winery that's probably not produced anything recently. I mean, burned out buildings, crappy little outbuildings, this disused wine press. So you really doubt there's much here of a functioning winery, or therefore any need for people to run it.
It's going to say but.
Also, I'll loot him.
He has 7 copper pieces on him.
Ooh, 2 apiece and 1 for the door.
What are you doing here? What are you guys doing in this abandoned one?
Made a whole silver each.
Well, I mean, got him saying this. I mean, it looked just like a bunch of drunken louts who have
Drinking old wine and
drinking old shitty wine and with their, I'm saying, typical West Austin, pack of wild dogs in the yard, and drinking on the porch. I mean, that's
It sounds like great stuff, right?
pretty much what you see around you. So there might have been at some point. Obviously, this at some point was a functioning winery, but there's like broken bottles and rags and kind of broken furniture outside. The disused wine press.
So what are you doing here?
Hanging out. Day drinking. What are you doing?
I will be like, you humans just waste your petty little lives. Taking it.
He like vomited that.
So is there anyone else in there?
No.
Okay, then just
Is there anyone else in that building?
slaves in that building.
No.
Are there any? What is in that building?
I'm gonna walk over while you.
I must say, slaves also includes lower races, like goblins and
Oh, okay.
and
He
gnomes.
said lower asses.
No.
I didn't know what. No slave, no nothing. We're just.
How's he turned into a surfer?
Humans can never be trusted.
Okay, you're gonna go in the house.
Also, if he goes and finds somebody, I'll have your guts for God. So you better speak up now.
And if you've been hiding elderly from me,
No.
they'll be hell to pay.
No. Where is it?
Staff ready.
All right, you're gonna go in.
Yeah, bust open the door.
Dragon.
A series of spike traps.
Yeah.
some table. No, it looks to be empty. It looks to be just kind of a shitty dorm room, of broken crockery and old food and broken bottles and
Mattress with no bed.
exactly.
That's staying next. Different beer cans on the wall. And you drink.
Playboy.
Yeah.
So it's a gross flop house. No, you do not say anything. It could be of value.
Uncover the slaves in there.
Nothing.
In the other
Any-
room, no.
Any
A storeroom with crappy bags of grain and some barrels of water and some hardtack and other kind of food that's going on.
salads, trapdoor.
You didn't. You
I
want to
did.
search for
I
some?
could search for some.
Okay.
Yeah.
It takes about 10 minutes to search for a trap for cellar doors in there. If that's what you want to do. Okay. Before you don't find anything.
Okay.
In those 10 minutes she's in there searching around, you guys can keep having a conversation with Claudius.
Yell out. Nobody. No. All clear. Here.
So it seems like the most time in your life.
So let me go.
Say,
No.
hang on.
No.
What are you doing?
It's when we take him back to the pub.
We're gonna have to fabricate some.
Charge. I think we've got a good enough charge. They sent their freaking ravenous dogs out and attempted to kill us.
Yeah.
One first.
I'm gonna say. Also, we're aware of this. What's his name?
Bruiser.
Bruce. Yeah.
Bruiser Holloway.
Bruiser.
Bruisier. Bruisier Holloway.
Is it
Say,
like
you're-
like a vizier?
B-R-U-C-R. Bruiser. Bruiser.
Bruiser, yeah.
Yeah. Bruiser Holloway. It's just hard to say that. I'm with Bruiser.
So you're a
Hold
man
the
of the.
I'm gonna say to him, I was like, we're on very good terms at the moment with the people, and it was
Currently.
currently, and it would be in your favor to tell us all you know about Holloway, or we might tell them a couple more crimes that you've done. And who do you think they're gonna believe, us or you? Or you? Yeah.
Criminal.
What do you want to know about Holloway?
Everything you know.
What's in it for me?
You're lying.
Your life.
Easy.
You're not in a place of bargaining, human.
Fella.
You are not in a good place to bargain.
You know.
Exactly. I'm like China.
The royal.
Like I was. Yeah, Bruiser kicked me out of his gang.
For what? What'd you do?
Insubordination.
Well,
That and buggery.
I know the charge well.
Indeed. Gotta take a moment. But yeah, I got kicked out of Bruiser's gang. They've just been, waylaying travelers and picking off the lightly guarded caravans up and down the coastline here for the last 6 odd months. They have a lair up the Wyvern's Run. The Wyvern's Run. They have a lair up the Wyvern's Run. A piece or two up the river. There's a cave, a large cave entrance, and their lair is back through that cave and across the river. That's all I know, honestly.
Have you ever been to their lair?
Yes.
Can I have a piece of parchment from me or something?
Sure.
Pull out a piece of parchment and
He's tied up. And what? Wave it at him?
put a pin in his face. No, okay. In that case, then I'll realize that he's tied up and I'll pretend that I'm. No,
He bent down with it and he went, oh.
and I'm going to say, how many men?
There's anywhere from 8 to 12 at a time, depending on who's coming and going.
And I'll say,
That was months ago. I was with them, and frankly, I didn't like it, so I'm glad I left.
how well defended is it?
Oh, there's just go through the caves, and then from the cave you got to cross the river. There are hideouts on the opposite side of the river, so you gotta cross the river is the hard part, right? Because you're exposed there. So
How often do they venture out?
I don't know. I'm not the secretary.
If you were to approach their camp as an unknown, how would you trick them into believing that you were some sort of wine merchant?
Very
What's a
specific.
wine merchant?
It's a man above your station. Peasant.
It's a man who, instead of stealing wine,
He's fine. There's Chief.
so,
Maybe we should relieve your memory.
yeah.
And I'll miss him with my sister.
Eat your foot.
Please.
All right then, if you have nothing more to tell us, we're taking you to the locals.
When the cave is the entrance, the largest cave is home to huge numbers of bats, and if you go in there making a lot of noise with lots of light, the bats will whoosh and rush out of the cave, and that is kind of that's noisy and alerts the gang to someone's presence in the front entrance cave.
Thank you. Say, and I'll kind of like, because I don't have a map on me, but I'll be like, describe the general area. Would you like to ambush travelers?
Yeah, I mean, and I'll also map out something
Oh,
off of what he's described so far.
We don't want to go to the thing. Do we ambush their ambush?
Try
So, operate for them to,
it.
yeah, reverse ambush.
There are several points on the road between here and Spouse, two on the way to Wyvern's Run, or Wyvern. What's it called? The town, not Wyvern's Run. That's the river, but it's called Wyverndale.
Wyvern.
Wyvernon.
Yeah.
Number 9.
Why? But yeah.
In.
There's several places on the road there where the trees come close to the road. Those are typical ambush spots. There's a place where there are the road goes between a small gorge, so there's high level cliffs upon which to ambush travelers with, to have archers on the cliff sides with compatriots on the road below. Those are the main spots where Bruiser works his trade.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good idea. To ambush the ambushes.
Yeah. Might go wrong.
I think that would be an disadvantageous position. We've done you now. Don't give yourself up. You were there. Okay.
So he says that I think it's time for you to let me go.
I think it's time that we all go.
I'm not even gonna dignify him with a response and talk to our battle expert. What's his name again?
Agate.
Agate, drag him along.
Agate, yeah. Get this fella, let's
You'll find I'm a known liar.
let's go back to the guard post.
The guard post.
The guards?
Okay, in the village. Okay, back in the
Militia.
Okay. Yeah, sure. We can. Just gonna tie him up with his hands and make sure his legs are free, but a kind of a rope, so he's kind of like on a leash, right?
Yeah.
So you guys can walk. Claudius.
Like that.
And you and
Yeah, the seven
Agate
fingers.
tear him on.
So we can take him back to Danbury.
Yeah.
All right, let me just.
We see Hazel. You see Hazel?
Yeah.
Danbury.
Person? Yeah.
I'm probably gonna have to go. Yeah.
They didn't pay the tariff.
There we are. Back in town. So this is the constabulary, his office there, and you can come up and it's just leading Claudius there, the constable.
Constabulary is a way better word than police.
In police hole. The fun. He's here for the execution. It's crazy that Hazel lives in an old blacksmith.
Is that is Hazel? I didn't
She's on the
Nice.
You see the quarter stuff on the bottom of the door.
This is very manly looking. And out comes Naughty. N-O-T-T-Y, the constable. Naughty.
Pale big ears.
So Naughty, the constable comes out, the constable of the little village of Danbury, and he says, "Oh, what have we here? It's just one of the Storm brothers. What have you done now?"
Tried to kill us. Yeah.
yeah, tried to kill us.
Premeditated murder.
Explain yourself.
He threw dogs at us.
Those damn dogs in your pigsty of a house.
And then he killed his brother.
It's probably tough friend, as you can
in cold
see.
blood, yes. So they see these open wounds.
Yes.
They have this huge gaping wounds.
Anyone else was wounded? No.
No, I was wounded by the dog. Yeah.
So you're able to describe to Naughty that yes, you were attacked by dogs as you approached the Stom household area. Yeah, killed a couple dogs. One dog ran off. You were charged at by Claudius and oh god, what's his brother's name? Tiberius, right? Yeah. Claudius and Tiberius charged you. You I assume killed Tiberius in self-defense and have subdued Claudius here.
I will lay him down with the swing of my scimitar.
Exactly.
It was powerful. It was beautiful in its motion. One clean swipe, cleaved head from shoulders.
And Hazel's coming up and she's like, "Oh my goodness!" And she's like,
Oh god.
spits on the ground.
The way you produce mucus is unlike any other.
Spits on the ground there, Claudius. And yeah, Naughty, the constable, he thinks seems to be a fairly clear-cut case. He's gonna hold Claudius in the cell within the office here until he sobers up, and then we'll talk to the magistrate to see what's to be done with him. But probably, you say you may be called back to testify in a trial if you're in town, and if you stay in where are you headed, by the way?
Well, we could just say that we heard it, but we saw the poster. We see this.
No, that's for Bruiser,
But Bruiser, yeah.
not for this guy.
No, but just like, because he asked where we hid it.
You were walking from Safeton south and into the village of Denver.
Yeah.
That's all. And that's it.
Traveling, exploring the world as it was, adventuring, some might say.
Very good, I guess.
He did tell us some interesting things.
Yeah. What, the post?
But,
Hallway.
Up against the bruiser,
Ah,
this uncouth lout that's parading up and down the coast, ruining your land.
and so Naughty gives Claudius a little kick in the shins. What the fuck are you doing? I mean, not like what the fuck are you doing with that group? What did he say?
he said
He was part of their gang.
he's part of their gang, but he left because he sucked at being part of the gang. And so,
And he mutineered.
yes. And they have a hideout up Wyvern's Run.
He's the best signal of people.
Yeah, they have in the hideout.
Points along the road.
Yeah,
An ambush point.
yeah.
Sounds like you've gained some valuable intelligence. Would you mind? He asked if you'd mind, kind of like coming into the office for a bit just to while he can take down some notes on what you said, describing Bruiser's hideout.
And perhaps if you need bruises to be dealt with.
Yeah.
There is, well, you've seen the signs. There is 1,000 gold piece reward for Bruiser, and that has been given by the council at Satan. They underwrite that reward for capture. So, well, you're free people. We're welcome to go. If you bring back evidence of Bruiser's capture and/or death, for which he's been summarily charged and already charged, convicted as it were, of these crimes. So, bringing back again his head or his person will earn you those 1,000 gold pieces. He kind of points to the sign behind him on the constabulary there.
We shall take upon this task. Yeah.
We shall.
All right. So he takes you inside, and you take notes for a bit. He puts Claudius in a cell. You and Hazel are outside, I guess, just jawing, as it were, just talking. Action. And I don't know. This is a good place to stop at 4:22, and we can pick next time here from the village of Danbury. And I will award XP. I'll figure out how to do that. I mean, not figure out how to do it, but I know how to do it. But it's a little complicated.
And now it's an XP.
And we'll go from there. Dogs and brigands. Dogs. Actually, these guys were berserkers.
Oh, cool.
Both, even.
Both. I mean,
This one burst into flames, right? When we killed the dog.
It's the magic missile.
Oh, the magic missile.
No, the dogs are doing this, but the two guys were berserkers. They had a slightly. My best thing to hit.
Oh, okay.
Bastard.
Right, we'll pick up.
Yeah, thank you. That was good.
If you let me take, can you take pictures of your character sheets and have to like look at it and maybe help and suggest things or whatever. But you can take them or leave them, whatever, and work on them.
Actually, it'd be better if you had more liable to lose. You would do have your character sheets from 1982.
You can keep it for now, Ethan.
Okay, all right, you sure? Okay.
Yeah.
You want yours soon?
Mine. Go over the street. I want to
Yeah, I understand.
deal with little do dailies and delete dailies of.
You might be able to make suggestions on mine.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you get the back? I've got some notes on the back.
Okay.
They're just random bullshit notes. There's nothing.
Do you want this? This.
Oh yeah, I will keep
random,
that. Yeah, that'll.
And I'll keep yours right now.
Yeah, you just keep mine right now just to see if it's all good.
Sure.
Yeah.
One of the things to think about
Yeah.
is we can think about if you want to double specialize in a weapon, use 2 proficiency slots for that, and the rules for that are in the 2E player's handbook. And I can just tell you that too. That would be one thing. Oh, you have spells. You've chosen some spells.
Yeah, Pass Without Trace and Fairy Fire.
Okay, yeah, got it. And yeah, deity, and we can just look at the Greyhawk deities, and for you, you know, the Elving. I mean, I think I have. I'll relink stuff that I have already on this one, like I'm assuming on. And even the area around. To see if
Celine.
you want to read about that area, I'll put those links up there. Think about it. Languages.
Yeah,
nothing to choose.
Yeah, I was thinking I wanted them to just be from a city, like a
Oh, you use the Greyhawk.
yeah. So I was looking through the map and trying to find a relatively big one, and then I looked at the bigger map. I was like, he's from Greyhawk. It's really simple.
You guys are
Yeah.
There's tons of adventures in this area, and I mean, there's all kinds of stuff to do. I like it because you can hop on a boat and go somewhere. You can go to Greyhawk City, the biggest city in the planet, and do stuff.
The jewel of the
Jewel of Finance.
Google Finance.
Did I give you your thing back? I did, didn't I?
Yeah.
Thanks, viewers. Thanks, guys. First 1E adventure. I mean,